Okay, beautiful. Okay, recording has started. So now we're going to start our Board of Sign Language Interpreters meeting. We are starting here now, April 20th, 2026. The meeting is now running in order, plus we have virtual people coming through Zoom. We're also being recorded. The recording will be posted online for you to review later. Make sure you are muted and your camera's off. I'm Colleen Thayer, the chair. And we have Eric Crook. Hello. Amy Adams. Thank you. Amanda Smith. Melanie DeLeon. Julie Reese. And Darcy Lemieux. Members, if you want to make a comment, please make sure you state your last name for the recording. Board members, please do not use the chat feature during the meeting. And now we would like to ask everyone who is here through Zoom to please join, but keep yourselves muted and your cameras off for the duration of the meeting until it's time for public comment. And then you can share your feedback. Make sure your feedback is related to agenda items. For public comment, you're able to talk about what we were discussing during the meeting, the agenda, other potential related comments, and the board has the authority to abide by that. And if any of you members want to make public comment, please over here or email to Josh. His email address is josh.page@oha.org. And in that email, include your first and last names. Now, everyone, please use appropriate language and etiquette, follow our protocols, and focus on the business at hand. Okay. Turn it over next. Call to order. New board members. Do you want to take that part?
Yeah. Before we go to the new board members, we need to approve the agenda. Or we got to go through.
Got it. Okay.
So,
I don't think you. I'll say the change part again.
So we need
to change on the agenda.
We're going to amend the agenda, yeah. Oh.
It's going to be a delay.
In number 5, we are going to do the first diamond will become the last diamond.
Just to clarify, We're switching, we're moving 5 to the bottom.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Got it. We're just flip-flopping. Okay, that's clear. Thank you.
Yeah. So we need to approve the agenda.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the agenda with amendment? I move that we approve the agenda with the amendment. Second? Okay,
Need to do a roll call.
okay, roll call. Okay. Okay, all passed?
We're on track. Here we go.
Yes.
Momentum.
That's my goal. That's my goal.
Now we can do the board member introductions, the new board members.
Okay, do I have the official script to follow, or can I just go off script?
Off script, yeah, no script.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. I'm not sure who was just talking. Oh, okay, yeah. Identify who's talking so that that's clear. Also for the audience. Yeah, so we want to make sure we're identifying who's speaking before they make their comments. Bob just said that we're going to introduce our 2 new board members. And I asked if I should follow the script or if I can go off script. And Darcy and Julie both introduced. Want to welcome you to the board. Thank you.
Okay, this is Bob. Chair, do you want us to do a roundtable, introduce HLO staff and the board members?
I can check with the board. Do you know everybody at the table? Okay, you can see the people sitting over there. The guy with the hat is Josh Page. He's our tech support for anything we need. Email him. And then
Chrissy?
Chrissy is working behind the scenes. So that's how things are generally run here. And then we have somebody else coming virtually. Amber?
The attorney will be virtually.
And she,
Okay.
this is Sammy. When there's a vote taken, like for the agenda, we need the interpreters to actually voice the vote, like an aye or a nay for each person. It might take a
You
little
need
bit.
verbal confirmation as well as signed.
All right.
Do we need to redo that vote?
No, Heather said no. But for all other votes.
Okay, all other votes.
Thank you.
Any questions for the board? Welcome. Dive right in. Okay, Bob?
Or we, the board member training.
Yep, forward. Heather. She may not be on screen today, but she will be giving a presentation.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to share my screen, hopefully, and we are going to go through a few items today. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
All right. My name is Heather Vogelsong. I'm an attorney with the Oregon Department of Justice, provide services to HLO, its boards, programs, and council, including the State Board of Sign Language Interpreters. Today, we are going to go through a few items. We're going to talk about the authority for the board. We are going to talk about board roles and being a board member. And we are going to talk about public meetings and communications, and we're just going to touch a little bit on ethics. All right. So the authority for the board is based in statute. Agencies only have the powers given to them by the statutes. That's the express power, what is written in the statutes, as well as implied power, that which is necessary to carry out the express power. The courts have weighed in on this, and there's a quote in the bottom right-hand corner, but basically, the statute that creates the power is the measure of the board's power. So we always must turn to what is allowed by statute. So what are statutes? Statutes are laws that are created by the legislature. This means that the legislature creates the powers and authority that the board has. In Oregon, these statutes are called the Oregon Revised Statutes, and they are abbreviated with an ORS. The bottom, ORS 676750, is a reference to a statute. That's what a statute would look like. This is an example of one of the Oregon Revised Statutes. ORS 676780 subsection 1 is a statute that allows this board to exist. Again, it's created in statute by the legislature. Your next question might be, what about rules? How are rules different from statutes? Well, rules are laws that are created by boards or agencies like yours. Boards or agencies' power to create rules is also grounded in its statutes. Who has authority to create certain rules is grounded in the statutes. And that means that rules cannot be created that are outside of what the statutes allow. So again, we must always turn to our statutes because rules are within statutes. In Oregon, the rules are called Oregon Administrative Rules, and they are abbreviated OAR. At the bottom of the screen, the OAR 816-005-001 is an example of a reference to a rule. So this is important because there are 3 different branches of government, and your board is part of one of those 3 branches of government. It sits within the executive branch, which is led by the governor, and is empowered and it's limited by the statutes that the legislature creates. The legislature is part of the legislative branch. It makes the laws. The executive branch then carries out the laws, including making rules, and then the judicial branch interprets the laws. So the board and its board members, as part of the government, are subject to certain laws and must abide by certain laws. So let's turn to your role as board members. First, there's a statute that directs that board members must meet as board once every quarter. So that's set forth in statute. And that cannot be changed. Next to know is that your board meetings must comply with other laws, such as the Public Meetings Law. The quote from the AG's manual, the Public Meetings Law applies to all meetings of a governing body when a quorum convenes in person, contemporaneously by video, telephone, or electronic means, through serial electronic communications, or through an intermediary. The law specifically prohibits a quorum from privately engaging in discussion or communication that is part of a decision-making process, or otherwise engaging in private decision-making on any matter. The Public Meetings Law is about the public being able to know what its government is doing. So why is it important to know when the Public Meetings Law applies? Well, it's important to know this because there are certain basic requirements that must occur, must be fulfilled for conducting a public meeting. If the public meeting law is triggered, then there are certain things that you have to do. And in most cases, HLO takes care of these for you. Here is a list of those basic requirements. So you need to know when the public meeting law applies so that then these things can be complied with. The law needs to be complied with. And also so you do not accidentally have a meeting that runs afoul of these requirements. So very, very simply, be aware. Be aware of what triggers the Public Meetings Law to apply. When a governing body is convened for which a quorum is required in order to make a decision or to deliberate towards a decision on any matter, then the Public Meeting Law applies. Be aware that a public body could convene in person, virtually, or by other methods. Be aware of serial communication, such as text messages, emails, other writings, and the use of intermediaries. You don't want to accidentally have a public or a meeting that does not comply with notice because you're having a meeting via text message. Also be aware that laws on these issues are evolving. A great resource for you is the Oregon Government Ethics Commission. They have several handouts listed here that can talk you through some of these issues. These are posted on their website. But let's talk a little bit more about your role at board meetings. Board meetings are a time to carry out board business. So what is board business? Well, this is when we go back to the statutes again, because again, it is the statutes for which the board has jurisdiction over. The statutes tell us what the board has jurisdiction over. Skipping through my notes really quick. The board does not have jurisdiction over all the things that a professional association might be able to handle. The statute set forth what HLO is responsible for as well. Both the board and HLO need to follow the statutes that apply to them. For example, in relation to standards of practice, the board and HLO both have a role. The board by statute has authority to establish a code of professional conduct for licensees. Then when a complaint is filed that a licensee has not met those standards, or has committed other violations of statutes and rules, then it's the HLO that will investigate to determine what occurred. And the HLO has an entire set of statutes that govern and direct its authority in relation to its investigations that it has to follow. So both the board and the HLO need to abide by the statutes in relation to their authority and what actions they can take. Also, it's important to know as board members that the agenda is part of the notice that is required for the meeting. The notice of the meeting, which includes the agenda, directs what can occur at each meeting. So why is this? Well, it's based on the legal requirement that notice of the meeting must include a list of the principal subjects anticipated to be considered at the meeting. That's in statute. This is so that members of the public can recognize the matters in which they are interested. To add a topic to a meeting agenda, contact the chair or contact HLO. Per current rule, the chairperson shall confer with the office on matters that come up between meeting dates and matters that need to be placed on the agenda for board meetings. The chairperson may order or reorder the agenda. You can contact HLO also in advance of the meeting. HLO will coordinate with the chair about the agenda. Also, under the agenda topic, other board business, you can identify a topic that you would like the board to discuss at a future meeting. So there are ways to get items onto the agenda so that the public will then have notice and that the board will comply with the public meetings law. If you have any questions about this, always feel free to ask HLO as they can help you through these processes. Regarding the public comment period on the agenda, remember, board meetings are open to the public for them to observe the meeting. Whether to have a public comment period on the agenda is discretionary. The board is not required to provide time for the public to comment. But if the board chooses to allow a public comment period, then there is nothing in law that requires the board to respond to the public comments that are made. In regards to your board meetings, there are a few discrete legal reasons that allow the board to consider sensitive and protected matters and that the public not be present for those. Overall, generally speaking, meetings of this board are open to the public. There are times, however, when the board will meet and the public is not able to observe. This is because of the type of sensitive information that the board needs to consider. One type is investigations. The board in the future may need to consider confidential investigatory information. By law, by statute, information received during an investigation is protected as confidential. When the board needs to consider such information to provide direction on whether to discipline a licensee, then the board needs to do so in a way that protects the confidential information. Protecting the investigation until it is determined that a violation has occurred and discipline will be imposed preserves the integrity of the investigation, preserves the reputation of licensees when no violation has occurred, and allows the public to be informed when it is determined that a violation has occurred. Another type of material that the board may need to consider privately without the public is when there is a litigated case. If a licensee contests that she or he has committed a violation and the matter is being litigated, then the board may need to deliberate on that protected case information, and the public is not able to observe that by statute. A third time when the public is not able to observe is when information is protected by law as attorney-client privileged communications. Communications between an attorney and a client are privileged. When the board requires legal advice in order to perform its functions or to know its legal position, then such communications are protected. So there are times when the public will not be able to observe the board's business. Those will be noted on the agenda as either executive sessions or non-public sessions. They'll be specifically identified. Even though there are a few discrete legal reasons that allow the board to consider sensitive or protected matters without the public present, all final actions must be made in public session. So the public will know the outcome by the final decision that you make during the public session by vote. Okay, let's talk a little bit about communications. First thing to note as board members are not to speak on or act on behalf of the board unless specifically board approved. This is because board decision making requires a majority. There's the statute indicating that. So if an individual comes up to you and is asking you about board business, You could refer the individual to HLO for assistance. If it is a board business matter, then it could be put on the agenda and it could be discussed by the board. And then the board would be able to act as a board instead of having one individual board member potentially speak or act on behalf of the board. Next, your job is to act in the public's interest. Your job is public protection, not professional protectionism. So always wear your public interest hat when you are acting as a board member. The next few slides are about ethics. And this is just a brief reminder, as you already should have received detailed training on these issues. If you have ethics questions, then do not hesitate to contact the Oregon Government Ethics Commission. They are available there to assist you. Conflicts of interest. Again, this is a high-level overview. Just be aware of what these are. Be aware of your duties when there is an actual or potential conflict of interest so that then you can talk with the Oregon Government Ethics Commission and know what you need to do during the public meeting. Be aware that you can't use your position for financial benefit or to avoid financial detriment, and that this applies to more than just you, but to your relatives, members of your household, and businesses you or others are associated with. Finally, do not use confidential information that you receive as a board member for private gain. Again, that's a high-level overview. Oregon Government Ethics Commission are there to assist you with any of these issues. Thank you.
Julie, I have a question.
Hi, Julie.
So with the majority, that comment, so that would be 4 out of 7 members, correct?
That is a great question. And we would go back to the statutes to see what it actually says. Let me pull that up. So the way that your statute is written is an interesting one. Let's see. And we can get into a lot of specifics about this, but I'm not necessarily sure that's going to be overly helpful as there's a bit of detail involved. But what you do need to know is that you need to take a vote on a matter. And then if there is a possibility that the vote did not pass, given the number of people that are sitting at the board member table during the meeting or online who are voting, then at that point in time, we would look at whether the vote passed or not. And this is because there's the way that the statute is worded, and there are certain other laws that come into play. And so we look at those votes specifically to guide us. So for example, a minimum number of concurring votes are necessary to pass or reject a motion. And so that's a majority of the quorum of the board members voting at the meeting. So if 5 or less people are voting, then you only need a consensus of 3 members to pass a vote. So it's going to depend on how many people are voting at the meeting. So see, it gets into some details there that you're like, oh, I don't want to have to deal with that. But when there is a concern that a vote has not or might not be passing, that's when Sammy jumps in and can provide direction. That's when she can ask for advice if advice is needed, and we can let you know how many votes are needed to pass that motion. Does that make sense?
Yes, that does. Great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So Melanie has a question. I'm sorry, the interpreter needs to pin her so she can see. Okay. So actually, it's Amanda that has a question. And so at the beginning of the training, you talked about how we need to meet quite every other month. And you said that there was no every 3 months that we needed to meet, sorry, and that there couldn't be any exceptions to that. Now, so the question is then, if it's a general board meeting that must occur every 3 months, or is it something that we can set up with a certain number of folks? Can we set that up ourselves, or do we have to set that through the HLO or in
Can I
conjunction with
clarify?
the
Sorry.
Yeah.
This is Amanda, let me clarify.
Yeah.
Is that a rule for all boards that are under HLO, or that is out in our statutes specific?
That's a great question. Thank you for asking that. That is a requirement, and as you said, it's once a quarter, so once every 3 months, and that is specifically in your statutes as the Sign Language Interpreters Board. Other boards, programs, council have other requirements or don't even have a requirement as to when to meet. So it depends on what those specific statutes say, but yours specifically says once a quarter.
Thank you.
Ms. Colleen, are we ready then? No more questions? All right. So we can move on in the agenda. Oh, okay. Eric,
Oh,
hold on. Eric, is your hand up? Eric said no. I will pass the mic.
This is Sammy with Health Licensing Office, and I'm just going to try to give you an overview of the difference between temporary rules that we're going to be asking you to look at today and permanent rules that we're going to ask you to look at. And the biggest difference between the two is permanent rules require notice, they require, the health authority requires rules advisory committees, all the things that allow the public to be a part of the process. Temporary rule, so if you adopt it, it becomes effective when I file it. So in this situation, if you have the options with the temporary rule, you can adopt them as is. You can not adopt them. You can change them around. As long as that we're working within the statutory authority that Heather mentioned earlier, like to stay in our lane, making sure that we're in the statute.
Sorry, Sammy. Sammy, the interpreter's having a hard time hearing with the paper shuffling that's happening. So with the third option, you can rearrange the rules.
Yes, you can change the temporary rule. So since the board's adopting them, you can make changes to them as long as we're staying in the lane of what the statute's given us authority for. So the temporary rule really only focuses on Senate Bill 950. Okay, it's just those pieces, because that's really what's emergent, what needs to happen now, so people can start being licensed, and we start working towards getting the profession really up and running and true as it was made to be 2 years ago now. So I'll walk you through all the temporary rules that will only focus on Senate Bill 950. And again, you can make changes to that. And if you decide to adopt them, there's fees in there. And so the fee route, and Bob's going to go into more detail on this, once a fee is adopted by the board, it then has to go over to Department of Administrative Services, which is basically the governor's administrative staff, right? And they have to do all their fiscal stuff, financial stuff. He has to fill out forms, and then they can spit it out and go, no. They can say, what about this, this, and that? Because what's happening is we're trying to get it over to the governor so that it can go back to the legislature and be codified. So they always, no matter what way the fee comes to be alive, it ends, so the legislature says, codifies it, ratifies it, or maybe they create it in a bill, and that can happen too. And he'll go into more detail about that. You can also parse out pieces of the temporary rule if you wanted to, like adopt this one. Maybe you want to take the fees and do them separately. I don't know. These are all options for you. So the biggest difference between a temporary rule and a permanent rule is time. Temporary rules become permanent as soon as I file them, and they really have to affect terminology. Serious pledges to the community. Like, we don't have this, we're not going to have interpreters, we need to get this up and running. So there's specific reasons you could do a temporary rule, which is similar to what we did before, back in 2024. And then the permanent rule gives people time. So I am going to present you permanent rules, proposed rules. It's what the committee worked on, the Rules Advisory Committee, for many, many meetings. It will incorporate Senate Bill 950 stuff. Again, you can do nothing with it. You can do something, you have to do something at some point because temporary rules only last 180 days. That's important, just to let you know. So maybe not today, but in the next, 60 days, you're gonna have to look at proposed rules, approve them, go through the whole process, or the temporary rule will go away. It does something to put on top of it, or it just goes away. Yes, no.
This is not. Just so I understand correctly. Today, two things are in front of us right now. We can, if we vote and accept however we deem them good, temporary rules, they're good for 180 days. In that 180 days, can we move forward the permanent rules, or do we have to wait till the temporary rules expire to move forward the permanent rules?
So this is Sandy, we would prefer that you do it in the 180 days. So that when that expires, or before it expires, we have new permanent rules that are on top of it and we're done. So that's the hope.
Follow-up question. Now, if we said, hey, the permanent rules are looking really good, let's just kind of move those forward. Somehow magically we decide that. Between us saying go permanent rules to then going through that whole process you talked about, what's that timeline?
I could do it in 60 days, but that's fast. So
there'd be nothing though between now and 60 days.
Yeah, if you don't adopt temporary rules, then there will be nothing. And that's an option.
Thank you.
So it's Amanda has the floor.
This is Amanda.
Okay, let's hold on. Julie has some clarification questions. So this is Julie. I'm trying to understand the order of this information, the information order. Let's see. So if there's a temporary rule and we vote on it, it's 180 days before it becomes permanent. But then if we vote directly to start with a permanent rule, what is the 60 days?
So let me clarify. The temporary rule expires in 180 days, so it goes away. So the hope is that let's just say today you guys adopt the temporary rules and you approve proposed. So then I will do there's a whole fiscal impact for the proposed rules, and then you can file that. That has to be, so what's today, 20th? So probably couldn't get it done so June 1st and then 28 days. So you could get a permanent rule in sometime in July. But you have to meet to adopt the permanent rule, so there's that. But you can meet online.
So Colleen's asking if Julie is satisfied. Okay, so now we go to Amanda.
This is Amanda. We could adopt pass the temporary rules and adopt the permanent rules today and get both things moving so that we have permanent rules by July, but in the interim, we have rules so that people can be licensed, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. That would be preferred.
Okay. All right, I think that's clear. All right, so I think we need to focus on those temporary rules so that we can get folks whose applications are in to renew their licenses or to get licenses, get that rolling.
Yep.
Does that make sense? Okay, so Darcy has a comment. So this is Darcy. So my understanding is that currently, let me think. So the licenses have been suspended on hold for all of the licenses, correct? We're not accepting any applications. Okay. Because I had read somewhere that said only the provisional license was on hold.
No.
So maybe that was different information that I had seen.
So this is Sammy.
I need clarification.
The main reason, the only reason we're not taking applications is because we don't have a board adopted fees. So.
I'm sorry, the interpreter couldn't hear that. The only reason is why?
Because Senate Bill 950 transferred the power to adopt fees to the board, as of January 1st, you guys hadn't adopted any fees. So therefore, we can't take any money because we don't have any fees.
Mhm.
So that's really the biggest reason. And the provisional, yes, hasn't been adopted yet. So we're not even taking that at all.
Mm.
But if you adopt the temporary rules today, Bob will start walking through the fee process. Hopefully it'll be short. And then the provisional will come up and everything will be up and running. Magically, it's like that.
I like it.
And then, so with the permanent rulemaking process, there won't be a wrap, because we've already done them. There will be a 28-day public comment period. So I'm gonna say it'll be June 1st to June 28th. And sometime at the back half of June, there'll be a hearing. I'll probably do two, one in the evening and one during the day for people. And the board will come back together after that 28 days. And you guys will consider all the comments that you received. I will write hearings officer reports, you'll consider that as well. And then I'll present you with the permanent rules. If there's things I think I could make changes based on the comments, like this doesn't make sense, or you did your alphabet wrong, I'll do that and point it out. But you guys can say, oh, you missed this, let's add it in. As long as it is within the notice, which is it has the rule summary and why we're doing it and what's the fiscal impact on small business and practitioners and the public and all the people. So as long as it fits within that scope of work, you guys can make changes to those rules. And between Heather and I will work together to make sure that's happening. If we find something that isn't, then we could start the rulemaking process for that specific item. At that point, start it again, or start anew, and then, but we can figure that out as we go. Pause your one.
So for the new members, just want to make sure that we're checking the timeline to make sure that's clear. Okay. It seems that we can adopt the provisional rules now. And we haven't had anything in so long, and then introduce the new rules. And then as time goes by, more work in June and July can happen for public comment and for voting. And now we would look again to see what has been proposed. Darcy? That's my understanding as well. The provisional, if we were to vote on that today, provisional rules, and then propose the rule that has been on hold, move forward with that. But then it seems like there's an overlap. There would be an overlap. The permanent one would supersede the provisional.
The temporary,
Mhm.
that's not the.
Temporary.
I don't want to make it. that-
She signed temporary.
This is the same.
Sorry.
Amanda, just to clarify, the interpreter voiced the word provisional when the sign was temporary.
Okay, so temporary rules, yes.
But we have sometimes used the sign temporary for provisional, so it can be a little bit confusing. So Sandy, her eyes got really big, so we want to make sure that we're using the correct terminology, just to clarify.
Well, it's easily confused.
Uh-huh.
So basically, if we are looking at the permanent and there's been no action on the permanent one, and we're looking at that for 60 days and then have public comment and then move through that through July. And then we start the other one now and at the same time, so that because they're so similar. And then once one is making its progress through, and then we make sure that we get the comments from the community, then these two things could actually be identical, but they just have to go through more red tape, more loopholes to get through the permanent one. So if we start one and then continue with the second one as well. Go ahead, Sammy.
Sammy, they are definitely not identical. So the temporary rules are only focusing on the changes in Senate Bill 950, the 3 years, adding the provisional, and the permanent rules are focusing on all of the, meat and potatoes that you guys, that the RAC went through, application requirements, continuing ed, so they do look very different. I don't want anyone who's not here to get the other one.
Yes, clear. Okay, I want to make sure I'm not missing anybody. Okay, then moving on. So we're looking at what's next on the agenda.
Bob with the speed right next.
Okay.
Next would be fees. Bob?
Can we hold on for 1 second? Tech. Thanks. 1 second.
We're doing a little tech swap because we have a bigger screen available. Another PC debate. Are we ready? Okay, Bob, please continue with fees.
Thank you. Good morning. We're going to bring up on the screen.
Which one do you want first, Bob?
Fees. Okay. So, this is Bob, and good morning. Thank you, everybody, chair, members of the board. So fees can be adopted 2 ways. One through rule, which is the board will adopt the fees, like Sammy mentioned earlier. How to do some paperwork, a lot of paperwork, a lot of writing, and send the fees to the Department of Administrative Services. If you don't mind, I'll use the acronym DAS as we go through, but please stop me anytime if I'm going too fast, which I have a tendency to do. The governor's office, then after the 333 process is.
I can see your screen.
DSA, please, could you say what that means?
Yes.
DAS.
Yes, DAS.
Okay.
Got it, thank you.
Okay. So after I send the information to the Department of Administrative Services or DAS, and they approve it, it'll go to the governor's office. And the governor's office will create a bill, a fee bill, which would have not only sign language interpreters fees in it, but anybody else that had fees going to through the 333 process. So it'll be a very large bill. And then it'll go to the legislature and they'll codify the bill. And then at that point, the fees are set. Okay, the other way is the legislative branch will put fees in the bill. Simply put, they just throw them in there and they vote on it and nobody has a say to it, okay? So, but it goes through the process and they do talk about fiscal impact. The legislature passes the bill with specific fees embedded and it may have a capped expenditure and the board would adopt those fees and that process will be complete. So Senate Bill 950 has some pretty specific language in it, which for this board, in 3 or 4 sections of the bill, the language is the licensee pays a fee established by the board, which is you all, and the fees established under each of those fees must together and with other fees collected within your statutes cannot exceed the cost of administering the board. So whatever the fee is, we must be able to administer the board. We don't want to be the bank of sign language interpreters. We don't need a lot of money, extra money coming to us. But with this board, we want to make sure that we're fair with the fees and that the board is paying for. The other section, section 8 in the bill, it requires the board to consider the funding requirements of the office as related to carrying out the office's duties and look at the national average of fees. So I am on slide 5, maybe page 5 for y'all. It's a graph. Yeah.
Bob, can I just, sorry.
This is Amanda. I think you answered my question, but the funding can't exceed what it takes to run the board.
Correct.
To run the board, does that include processing licenses, all the things, or literally just this meeting?
Nope. The whole kit and caboodle.
Okay, thank you. I was concerned we weren't gonna have enough. Okay.
Licensing fees.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So currently, the board is in a fiscal deficit. I want to keep my hands from my mouth. And so we have a deficit of about $96,416. And going to slide 6, the national average is about $277 for a 3-year license. So that's one piece that the board needs to consider. On slide 7, there's some more ready on here, and that is a demonstration of the deficit that is projected based on the number of licensees that we currently have. And we just know We only know what we know. We just have the information that's come to us, okay? So this new 3-year license is really gonna push an additional deficit onto the board and for us to run it.
Amanda?
The fees that are listed there are just the current fees that
Correct.
are being charged, as
Correct.
if it was for a 3-year license.
Correct.
But they had previously been for 1-year licenses,
Correct.
correct? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for clarifying. I tried to estimate what questions might be.
Yeah, that's good.
But, you never know. So with the 3-year license, that's gonna actually, push us into a deficit. Currently, as the license numbers stand, to $42,200 with the 3-year license.
Hang on just a second. The interpreters just switched, so she has to repin.
I've already pinned them.
No, it smells.
Oh, they're on different screens now.
Who is it now? Interpreting, Darcy's asking. Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Colleen says, I see you. Let's make sure that Julie.
Julie got it.
Okay, we're set. We can continue now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so on slide 8, this is actually a piece of some of the paperwork I have to send to the Department of Administrative Services. And these are the fees that are proposed for the supervisory license. So the application fee would remain the same at $150. The sign language interpreter supervisory license, a 3-year license, would be $600, and it's obvious what we did. We just took the 200 a year and multiplied it by 3. Same with the renewal, and then the late fee, which all boards have. The next one is the generalist fee. And again, we would leave the application fee as it is. This one is at $100. And then the 3-year license would go for $150, but we did not multiply it by 3. It's $600. And the renewal fee would be $600 as well as the $40.
Amanda?
So you didn't just triple it like the other one because?
Right. Because we're trying to, with the numbers that we have, we want to get the board out of the red. And I mentioned this during another meeting. It was one of the racks where to establish fees, they have to be codified by the legislature.
Oh, right.
Okay, but once they're established and we see that we have a very good trend, we have enough licensees coming in, we can give a discount.
That's right.
By rule. We can come to the board, say, hey, we're doing pretty good. We're going to lower the fee.
That's right.
Okay.
This is Julie. No, I'm just wondering, how much would it cost, or how much does it cost to do the licensing? Wait, hold on. Let me rephrase this. How much does it cost to run the licensing and processing for a 1-year period?
That could be a very, very technical question because the fees that each board pays is a fraction of what it takes to operate the health licensing office. The health licensing office of its own, we receive no money from the general fund. It's all other fund. So it's the 40 or 34,000 licensees that we have that pay everything.
Bob, this is Mel. You did a little terminology, general fund from the state of Oregon?
Correct. Correct. Does everybody know what general fund is?
Yes.
Okay, so we are what's called other funded because we receive no general funds. And so back to Julie's question, it is all the fees from all the boards that pay for each board, program, and council. And that would include a percentage for rent, for salaries, electric bill, insurance, you name it. Okay.
Okay, okay. And this is Amanda. Can you see me? Yes, interpreter can see me. Yes, yes, yes. So this is Amanda speaking. At the first graph, it shows what they spend to run the office for 2 years. Now, keeping in mind that we are in a deficit because we're in the red quite a bit currently, and so, you know, we have to make our best guess as to what it would cost us for all of the other expenditures. However, in our first round of licensing, that was free, which means people who are from out of state, you know, that was a very high number of people who applied for the licensees. And so the ones who are actually going to apply, it's not going to be anywhere near that. But people who are officially applying, we really have no idea. I think we are on the non-enforcement. I don't know, what is that called? Waiver. Yes, we're on the waiver right now. So we're under waiver currently. So the number of those who are actually going to apply for a license, we have no idea. And so Julie's saying in response from the number for the current fees for their 2-year license, it looks like we're estimating 76 people will apply for the supervisory license, and then 30 for the generalist, and then 14 for the provisional. Is that about right? In order to meet. Okay, so I am dividing that 15,200 by 76, 30, and 14 people. So I'm trying to see what the minimum numbers would be in order for us to meet the dollar amount of the 21,100. And this is Amanda speaking. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, go ahead, Amanda. So this is Amanda. So this particular page shows the cost for 1 year if we were to keep things as is and stay with the same amount. But this schedule doesn't show the 3-year cost for licensing. So, I mean, we haven't had any apply for a 3-year license as of yet because the temporary rules are in place and there's no movement. So Colleen says, yes, we're both on the same page. But I don't know, maybe the 3 of you have talked about it. I just don't know. But the 3-year licensing hasn't happened yet. But the number of actual licenses applied for with payment might be a very small number, 30, 40 people. But for those who have free, well, everybody and their siblings have applied for a free license, and that number is enormous. But that's not realistic. Okay, Colleen says, I want to make a comment first and then we can go to email. So let's not forget that we have very clear rules about virtual, right, with VRI, because we have a large number of them coming from VRI, especially because I work in that field. Just if we make it a clear delineation about whether it's mandatory or not, that could make an impact one way or the other. But I do see Sammy and I do see Mel, and I'm hoping that their comments are related to this topic. Okay, hold on, Mel. Sammy, let's have you speak.
This is Sammy. So when we went over VRI, PRS, we kind of gave you that information that people were required to be licensed. We didn't have Senate Bill 950. So now that changes the game. So we have not went down that road yet, so I don't know. So more to come if that's a question that you want us to know. I think while go into that specific area, I think under, I think I'm gonna be the first rule that we go into, or right after definitions. So questions for you guys, what you think, what's not in the bill, what do we not know, what do you want us to know, how do you want us to move forward? So I have all these questions, and it really kind of relates to that BRI people in Oregon, outside of Oregon, and trying to clarify now, 950 just jumped right on top of the old statutes and how those intersect. I don't know yet, so giving some feedback to you guys today would be great.
Okay, Mel. This is Mel. Just one quick comment. That schedule with the fees is the proposed dollar amount that we will be collecting, but we're still in the deficit and we're working to get to zero, but we haven't come into the black yet. So we have nothing in savings. So we really have a lot of work in order to get us to zero and then work our way upwards. And so Colleen's saying, do you expect us to get out of the red by a specific timeline? I know we are going to go through a number of years of growing pains, but are we looking at, should we get out of the red in the next 5 years, or what is the anticipated timeline? That's my question for you.
It's hard to give you that answer. This is Bob, by the way. It's hard to give you that answer with I don't have a time frame. But it's hard to give you an answer because I don't know how many licensees we will end up with. But we have a fiscal analyst, and he monitors that monthly for me. And he's the one who keeps me apprised of, hey, we need to make fees higher, or hey, you know what, we can reduce these fees. We're trending in the right direction. But I mean, I can.
Yeah, of course. Okay.
But what is uncommon for HLO is this 3-year license. Because you'll have 3 years where there are no revenue coming to HLO. So once we have the revenue coming in, it's going to disappear to pay the bills for the last 3 years. And the other part of the question I thought I understood was, we have boards that do operate in the negative. And as long as we're showing some sort of progress, we're okay. And we have no idea how long it's going to take. If it took 5 years, okay. If it took longer, okay. I mean, as long as we're going in the right direction.
Okay, now Eric.
So this is Eric. What you were saying, Bob, is because I'm thinking we're going to collect like 3 years worth of income in this first year. We're going to go to the last 2 years, which doing that 3 minus 2 will put us ahead by 1 year, but then we have to wait 2 more years to collect again. So with the analyst looking at those numbers, do you think it could happen that it's not enough and then gets increased? You know what I'm saying? For those first 3 years, right? You're gonna meet your license expectation, like the number of people to be licensed. And so for that next 3 years, I just worry that it might look at the numbers and say, we need to bump up because that first chunk of 3 years, we didn't quite get ahead of everything. That's kind of how they analyze that to say whether they're gonna say we need to mark up or offer a discount.
I don't know. It's a pretty broad question, yeah. and it's honestly, this is Bob again. It's new territory for us with this 3-year license. We have deficit, yes. We also have licensees, if I understood correctly, that currently have a license but may not need to renew until 29. So because Senate Bill 950, it's created this whole new dynamic that we're trying to stumble through because it's new, and we're trying to keep in mind that the board is new, and there's an expectation that boards are in the red when they're new. Yeah, it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a huge learning curve, and we're going to feel the growing pains with you because we want to get the board solvent.
Yes, Tammy. Oh, there's so many things going through my head. So a few things could happen. Many people have yet to apply for their license. They're waiting for the waiver to see what comes of it and what happens. So it's very possible that many people could just buy for the first year, right? Or could buy now, right? So that first year, come July, when it's all ready to start collecting the fees, people will go ahead and start, putting in their applications and paying the fees. But it's also possible that because people were buying the 1 year for 200, they may have already had apprehension about 200 for a year, but now being asked to pay 600, that's a big investment. So it could be possible that some interpreters who work very little may think it's not worth it and won't work in Oregon. So we could have an influx of many, many people in a rush to go ahead and get licensed. But then we could have a few on the other hand. So I know for myself, $600, I mean, it would be nice if maybe you could offer some options, say to buy it annually or maybe offer a payment plan of some sort. Because $600 at one time, that's asking a lot. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And we're going to switch interpreters again.
So this is Tammy. I have another comment. So Bob, you mentioned that the first money we wouldn't be collecting money. First year wouldn't be collecting money, so we'd have to wait the 3 years for renewal. But then as time goes on, and we'll be having more and more people in the process. So perhaps not that first year so much, but that second year. Because some people won't need to renew or purchase, and some people might be thinking about it, will I go ahead and do this? And then once that they join that process, then we start collecting their money. And so every year, I think people will be joining into that revenue stream. This is Colleen. And I've noticed that Sammy had her hand up and Mel had her hand up. There's 4 people. So we're going to start with Sammy.
Well, I think Bob had his hand up.
So,
This is Sammy. I just wasn't clear on like the first year not paying and the Senate. I mean, everybody wanted Senate Bill 950, wanted the licenses to go to 3 years. That was something that my understanding the whole community of people wanted. I don't know. That's what it ended up. And there's just no wiggle room. I've never heard of a payment plan for licensing. Never heard of it. It's usually a fee for service. So once you've done the service, you get a fee, you get a step. And that's kind of how licensing is across the board. Yeah, I mean, there will be people who have paid whatever it was in 2025, 200 whatever dollars to the supervisor, and will have to renew in 2026 and pay the 3-year license. That is going to happen. So it's the people who are doing it right and applied, qualified, got a license, not working under the waiver, that will seemingly get a bit dinged. But there are ways that we can offset some of that cost if possible. But you're all, in it.
And this is Tammy. I want to add to your comment.
I think the goal is with that 250 that $200 fee would continue and become a 3-year, not triple to become 600. And I don't know without asking Christina if that was her goal. Because I think the goal was at $200, people felt like that was too much and that was 200. And I think we need to continue that for the 3 years. Pauline is giving the floor to Julie. So related to the numbers, RID has 213 people rule for certification in the state of Oregon. Well, so those folks who are residents of the state of Oregon, they have registered 213 members. And that number we can work with. So they earn 21,100 based on those numbers of people, that 120. So that's what we would bring in. So potentially it would be double that amount, 42,200, give or take. And that's right. Tammy is saying she didn't think that all of the people would pay once and then there would be no money coming in year 2 or year 3. That doesn't sound like what's going to happen. We believe there will be money coming in years 2 and 3 for those folks who didn't pay in year 1, 2026, for example. And that's my observation with the numbers. So this is Colleen. So I'm really concerned because who took off? Sammy left the room, and so I didn't hear your full comment, and I think it's important information for her to hear. And I would prefer that we take a little break until she returns. Are we comfortable with that? I know, Mel, you have a comment. Do you want to wait till after break? Mel, I'm going to go ahead and make my comment now, and Sammy knows that she knows this information. So the law is the law. People cannot make a choice. They can't decide not to pay. So if we set it up and it takes effect and then it becomes them, you have to start. You can't waffle. You can't try to decide if you're going to put it off or not. You've got to pay. Once the law is in effect in the state of Oregon, that's it. And that's my opinion on that part. Okay. Now that 250 could be a person's wants and dreams or their imagination about what to do with it, but that's part of the HLO's process. And now we're in a conflict point because there are goals and then there's what's going to happen, what's going to when it hits the streets, what's going to happen. And the board is very clear about that, and we're talking about the fee for service. That's how you do business. And so we're kind of stuck and we're trying to muddle through this terrible mess and navigate it and get done. And we just have to accept the growing pains and clean it up. And that's fine. But 600 is a lot, but I'm not, and I'm thinking that we know that there's a cost to running business and the math makes sense. And we didn't just make it up out of, thin air. We came up with a number by doing math, and it seems that the HLO has some way of modifying or tweaking numbers, but we still have to proceed. We can't just stop and because of money. The professional growth is important, and we've been holding it, and it's important. We need to just proceed with this. This is Colleen. Do you think that's important to talk about before the break? Oh, this is Darcy. I think we need to hold on to it until Sammy returns. This is Colleen. So I'm proposing a 5-minute break so that we can all be back at the table at 11:28 a.m. All right, break time.
Okay, it looks like everyone is here. The recording is going. So 5, 6, 7. Yep, we've got our board members back in the room. So going back to the last person, we will start right over here then, please. I can see.
I can't see the interpreter up there now, it switched. I'll try to help.
Recording.
Oh, we're back.
Deaf problems. Deaf problems. We'll say that too when there's a visual problem. Can we do what is that called? Multi-host? No, multi-pin? What's the?
I see.
Oh,
I
it's
see.
for-
It doesn't-
I-
We're good?
Okay, in terms of the fees. With the bill changing the rules from the fees from the previous legislation to the new one, the temporary rule that was set, that will be set, or is proposed for the temporary rule for 2 years, 3 years, moving forward, if at the same time as a board, we are reviewing the proposal, the proposed rules that has not been voted on. But if we're able to see kind of how that's going and how the collection of money would be in addition to the current proposal or rules, is that something that's possible?
This is Bob. I don't think I'm understanding the question.
So currently we have the temporary rule with the fees going every 2 years for $600, 3 years, every 3 years. So then we have the levels, the generalist and provisional, right? Six. So for all three of those, $6 apiece. So what would the total cost be for those 3 years at $600 apiece? That's part one. So with the temporary rules moving forward and starting with that at the same time, what that's been being voted on. So at the same time, can we continue with the rules, or are we holding off on the other rules and voting on those until we have a chance to review them and see how we can find different types of revenue
That's for permanent.
in that proposal? Amanda?
This is Amanda. Can I clarify the question,
Sure.
please? So the question is, the temporary rules, if we vote on those today and they go through with the fees that you've recommended of $600 or whatever they are for each of the levels, that goes through. Can we then simultaneously, for the permanent rules as a board, look at the revenue, the fees, all of those kinds of things before we vote on those and the final rate of fees? Can we look at that before we set a final rate of fees?
Bob, so if I understand, monitored. Are you okay, Eric?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm just turning it so it's easier.
Monitor the temporary rules. And if we vote on temporary rules, monitor the revenue coming in from those, and then have another discussion when the permanent rules go into effect. Is that what I'm understanding?
Look at fees.
Before they go into it, before we
Before
vote
they
on
go.
the permanent rules, yeah.
I would imagine we could do that. Yeah, we can do that. I hope.
But
This is Sammy. Are you asking that you want to be reviewing the money that's coming in from the temporary rules? Because it's not going to be very much, because it's a very small amount of time. Or are you wanting to see
No, no, no,
past?
No.
So this is Amanda. This is Amanda. No. Temporary rules, as you said it, $600, whatever the fees are, go forward. We as the board maybe aren't sure that that should be the permanent rule. We're not sure about that $600 or whatever the number would be. So while the temporary moves forward so we can get licenses going, simultaneously, we as the board look at what we would propose as the fees that might be different than the 600 that's in the temporary. It's not based on data from the temporary. We just want you to be able to be offering licenses now. But we maybe have some concerns about the 600. And so could we look at data separate from temporary to say what, right, I don't know. I'm just clarifying the question. I don't know what data.
And really quick,
Yeah.
and Darcy wanted to add something.
And then, yes, separately from, okay, we're gonna go to Darcy. Yes, Darcy. This is Darcy speaking. So moving forward with temporary, like we talked about, and then separately, maybe we wouldn't vote on the proposal for the permanent rules. We would place that on hold. And then we could consider different options for revenue in other ways, in addition to what we have going with the temporary rules. And then move that into something that does become permanent, which would be our ultimate goal. Sammy?
This is Sammy. A couple questions. First, what other options are we talking about? Like getting money from other sources? That's a question for Darcy. Two, the problem with looking at any data that HO has collected since 24, it's going to be immensely skewed because we've got the waiver, we have the temporary people who are free under HOO. So looking at that information is going to be very not accurate. So you really, I mean, at the very least, need to look at, if you decide to go with the 600, look at that for a full 12 months, if not longer, to see who's really in the game. Who's really got skin in the game. It's just, everything is so not accurate right now. But if there's other places to get money from, we're getting.
Hold on, please. Technically, we should close the PowerPoint that says Q&A right now. Can we do that?
On the Q&A slide.
Oh, that's so much better. So I'm a little confused with the answer. Does anybody need to add anything before we move on? So when you're talking about other sources, one idea might be having interpreters and then having various fees, or having a different set of interpreters and looking at things where we can get money eventually later, not at this time. Amanda, are you related to that?
Darcy was saying other avenues might be VRI interpreters who are interpreting from out of state, or getting revenue from other places, still license related, I think. But VRI out of state, which this is Amanda, no longer clarifying, just commenting. I think 950 ruined that, if I remember from RAC, so.
In terms of the amount, on the economic challenges that the country and the state of Oregon are going through, are those feasible for the economically challenged? And regardless, they cost what they cost. There is no state funding. So we have to pay what we pay. So it doesn't matter if it's whether it's feasible or not, or if it's fair or not, or any of that. It doesn't matter. They're relying on our money to run, and there's no state funds. There are no state funds. So it's coming directly from the license. So meaning the community members or organizations need to step up to support interpreters and who are not licensed.
Good point.
Thinking this is no. And even if we say, oh, we should reduce the fees, then they say, okay, let's do that. And then they submit that to Ways and Means. And they're looking at that and they say, you can't run a business without upping your fees. So a lot of things can get passed and you can say, please, we need this, but then it goes through the whole process and then get turned down at the end. So we keep going along the best that we can. And this is Amanda. And to Bob's point about right now, we're essentially making just enough to run the board, and we'll have to look at the licensing and renewing of those, but we're already in a deficit for thousands of dollars. And back to what Darcy was saying, if we are able to modify the amount, if that's so, does that mean people would not be buying into their license, or they would work without a license and hope that they don't get caught until the fee comes down and we have the different rules set, and then they would go ahead and get their license? Remember Heather, the attorney who was commenting earlier, that our priority for the board members is public interest. So our interest is to protect the consumers. So yes, interpreters may be working without a license, but our duty to community is to report. So, and then in terms of the money to go through the investigations and all of that is another process, and there's legal issues that come with that. So that's going to cost money as well, too, I would assume.
Okay, Mel. Yeah, so I hear Amanda's perspective and I share the same. But for me, hiring interpreters, because I work in academics and then there's hospitals and legal and various agencies out there, they will not send an unlicensed interpreter. So you could say they could get started and we're done with this. They're not going to schedule interpreters who are not licensed, and that will help us be able to make sure that they're in compliance, because they can lose contracts and there's big risks for the agency. If once this is set in stone, and maybe, if you're hiring direct, that could be a possibility that they're working unlicensed. But when it comes to academics, colleges, hospitals, they're going to be forced, and basically their arms are going to be twisted to go ahead and get the license. And I think one thing that has been a really in-depth discussion about setting up, say, groups who are going to oversee licensure, maybe, once that gets established and complaints start getting put up and investigations get started, then I think people are going to be worried about being called out. And this is Colleen. Just to add, yes, I agree with both Amanda and Mel, but the onus is on the agencies, whether they're spoken language or ASL. the spotlight will be on them. They will suffer the repercussions if they send somebody that isn't licensed. Now, I do see Julie, and oh, am I wrong? Did I just misstate information?
No, this is Sandy. Yes, the agency could be, well, businesses can be held responsible for not contracting and hiring licensed sign language interpreters, but the sign language interpreter themselves is also on, like, if there's a complaint against Amanda for not being licensed and providing sign language interpretation services, Amanda's gonna be set. So it becomes a dual compliance, basically. And we wouldn't actually oversee the business part, that's a last misdemeanor, I think.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, but we would, if there's a complaint against the person, that would be HLO's job.
The sound dropped out. If it's against the person.
HLO's job, if we get a complaint against a person, we would investigate that complaint to make sure see if they are or they are not providing services licensed, or if they are licensed and they're hurting somebody, is there negligence, incompetence, can go all those different ways. But right now, we get a complaint, there's a limited waiver. Can't eliminate. Is that helpful, Colleen?
Okay. Julie, I notice you have your hand up, and then I know Tammy, you'll be next. So Julie's saying, as a representative of community organizations, education must be had to the public, to deaf membership. There must be very clear explanations on how to file a complaint, and it has to be user-friendly, meaning it must be able to be submitted in video form so they can do it in sign language. And those receiving the complaints need to understand sign language as well, meaning, you know, to be able to have equivalency when you have licensure and protecting of the users, what language is the interpreter using? And it would be sign language, meaning submissions should be allowed in a video format and including education to the public. Okay, Tammy. Hi, this is Tammy. So back to the point of fees. HLO is saying that it will cost $600 for a 3-year license. And we cannot avoid that, it would appear. It's set up in SB 950, it's a 3-year cycle. So for now, we're basically stuck with it. And we have to get the temporary rule or temporary approval for the rules and see what happens. See who shows up, see who gets licensed, or however that plays out. And we just have to keep an eye on the data going forward. I mean, we can't continue to discuss reduction in fees at this point anyways, because we are broke. Amanda said amen. Colleen says yes. Bob.
And this is Bob. So one of the largest costs is, as we've gone through this process over the last few years of rules and the board meetings, Heather, is the DOJ cost, you know, unavoidable, but and necessary to have. But once we have rules in place, and I presume like other boards will start, you know, just rolling along and having our meetings, not necessarily needing DOJ to do as much work as they've done. And so that'll decrease. I'm gonna pray that it's substantial, but it'll decrease. So there is hope.
Gotcha. Okay, Amanda first, yes? Then
Amanda,
Darcy.
I did make a statement earlier, don't know whether it was true or not, about the cost of investigations and those kinds of things, right? Particularly if we're gonna talk about accessible ways of making complaints and those kinds of things, because there's gonna be a learning curve for consumers to know how to use the complaint system, for interpreters to, right? Would you expect that to still be less than the attorney fees?
Yeah, so because nobody here in HLO
Right.
the
That's what I was
sign
thinking.
language, we would hire probably 2 subject matter experts because we don't know, but
Yep.
they would be used when we received a complaint. They would be used when we did interviews and through the other process, and that is an expense towards the board. But the staff fees or the staff cost is a percentage of all the boards.
Okay, Darcy? Okay, so my question is for you, Bob. Supposing we have the $600 fee and that would cover the 3 years, is it budgeted over the 3 years, or once it's used up, then it's gone? Or is that $600 fee divvied up between the 3 years? So you apply 200 per year. So if an interpreter, I would assume they're going to be spending it all in the first year, and we get that windfall of money, how does that apply to the second year and the third year? Is it spread out evenly, or what is that going to look like?
This is Bob. At some point in time, it'll look like that, but where we're in such a deficit, once we receive the money, it's going to go right back out the door to pay the bills. But hopefully in the future, as it comes in, it'll sit there in a nice little nest egg, and then if we have to use DOJ or we use subject matter experts, we can pay it and really not dip into a deficit again.
Thank you. Okay, Sammy, did you have your hand up? No? Okay. So where do we go from here? This is Amanda. Are we done with the presentation? Because I feel like we just cut you off, Bob.
Oh, you're fine. So this is Bob. You have the slides and the numbers. I got to the generalist, and the next one would have been the provisional fees, which are lower than the rest because of the amount of work, type of work, and their expertise. And then the training is brand new, and we're thinking $50 across the board to at least get folks in, and we understand that might not be a large number, but eventually it could increase over time. But and that was on slide 11. And slide 12, there's other fees that we do charge. So somebody needs a replacement license, mostly because of staff time. We charge $25, duplicate license. Some people like to have them and drop them places where they're working, so they're on file. But, and then affidavit or a verification of licensure if somebody wants to go to another state and they need to show that they're licensed here in Oregon, we'll provide that to them. That's a $50 fee. And then if you write a bad check, it's a $25 fee. Any questions on those slides? And then to wrap it up, the board gets to decide the fees. And what we presented was what we think is fair and what would get us hopefully out of the deficit at some period of time. And again, HLO will advise the board to ensure that the fees established don't exceed the cost of administering the board. When the board adopts the fees, I will begin the 3-3 process almost immediately so we can get it out to the Department of Administrative Services. And then you'll have the ratification process. DAS will review it, and DAS may or may not have questions for me. And what I have to provide DAS is basically the numbers that the board tells us, and what Senate Bill 950 says, if it's applicable, what House Bill 2696 said, if it's applicable. And I have to give them the story. And I will have to give them the current health report, the fiscal health. So, and they're just gonna, and likely they always have questions. But I've never had one come back and say, nope, you gotta redo it. So we're trying to avoid that. And then again, plan for the future. So if the fees appear that they're doing their job and we need to offer a discount, then we can do it.
Okay, this is Colleen. Yes, you have a comment, Amanda?
Yeah, this is Amanda. Is the discount HLO decided and administered, or do you have to come to the board for that?
We would come to the board.
Okay.
And the reason I keep pushing the discount is because we can do it by rule. We don't have to go to the legislature, but if we permanently reduce it, then we've got to wait for the 333 process again. And one last point, this is Bob, sorry, Colin, is we can't do anything until the Department of Administrative Services tells us we can. So once we send them the paperwork and if they say your plan date works, go ahead, move forth on that time, no problem. Until they give us that, we're waiting.
This is Colleen. I have a comment to make. Two separate things, actually. Question: can we consider that discount for the fees to try to encourage those who maybe sign up between, say, tomorrow and July 1st? Could we give them like an early bird discount to motivate them to do it before it becomes permanent with the full rate? So like we can give you the data and maybe some interpreters would be willing to sign up early. Is that a possibility?
This is Bob. If I'm understanding the question, is can we offer the discount in advance? No.
No. I mean, talking about right now with the temporary rule, I know there was a comment about discount. I was like, is there a way to offer a discount now to try to get interpreters to apply right away if they can get a cheaper fee and be able to show the data, and maybe giving them, a small discount, like an early bird concept. Like if they sign up now, you pay this price, but if you wait, you'll pay this price. I thought we talked about this before. I feel like this was an option at a previous conversation. Sammy, and we're going to switch interpreters.
Yes, that is an option. I think what she's saying is we could write a rule that said if you renew between X date and X date as a supervisory license holder, your fee will be $200, whatever, or it will be reduced by $100, $100 of the 600, so it'd be 5. So you could write a rule that says for a time frame, a certain license type will be reduced, a discount. And then once you get out of that time frame, no more discount. Mm-hmm. So you could see people rush in to get the discount, and maybe not. So yes.
Right. That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. And then Bob, I have a second question. So, go ahead, Bob, with your comment.
I was going to say, I learn something new every day. So yeah, Sammy says we can do it. She advises me. So
That's great. Great. All right. So now I'd like to consider that. Now, a separate question. When, Bob, you were mentioning the cost of doing business, hiring ASME, subject matter experts, all of that, and because you yourselves don't use sign language. So then are you forecasting that you'll be using the interpreters for the investigations from our budget, or is that from a separate budget fund perhaps established for the ADA? I know we had a discussion a couple of years ago about the interpreter services for our ADA access for our meetings here as separate from licensing fees. Again, will those be separate or are they going to be incorporated?
Great question. This is Bob. I do not know, but I will check on that as soon as we're out of the meeting today.
Sandy, generally, the board will pay for the investigation. In any other of our boards, that's what would happen. And that's what we would assume happen unless we get other information.
I'm seeing all hands up. Let's see, I'll start with Tammy. So this is Tammy. The board then will pay for the investigation, yes, but not for the interpreter services for those investigations. But yes, that's how it should work.
At this point, it would be the board paying for it. That's how we would do it in any other board, because we don't do that in a public meeting, that's what, right, is that right? We don't pay for, you guys don't pay for interpreters during a public meeting. I don't know if that would cross over into complaints, don't know.
This is Tammy. For the ADA, to follow that, we should not pay for interpreter services for any of those processes. The state has a separate budget for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So let's see. Thank you, Tammy. Now I'm seeing other hands up. Mel, go ahead. This is Mel. I have 2 items. So obviously we were having the clarification discussion. You're talking about other boards who have investigations. The clients themselves speak different languages. And so that council might pay for that investigation because of general access. However, ours is different between other boards because they, again, have processes set up for those other languages, and I'm curious to see what those might look like. However, we are strongly suggesting that because, if they hire someone who knows sign language, because then that person would be on the investigation, understand the cultural aspects, understand the language, it would save money. And that would make a lot more sense to actually hire an SME who can be in part of that investigation and support it. So that's just an idea. It wouldn't necessarily then you wouldn't have to have interpreters. This is Julie. Oh, that's a little sticky. I'm thinking maybe a deaf interpreter as opposed to a hearing interpreter. Mel said that depends. Julie said it depends on what the complaint is and who was the complainer, all of those kinds of things. And so I'm thinking if it's a deaf person, would you hire a deaf interpreter? Would you hire a hearing interpreter who could sign? What are the benefits? What are the pros and cons? This is Mel. I think we could discuss that as a team and figure out, should it be a hearing interpreter, a deaf interpreter? What are the pros and cons? If we should hire someone else outside of the group, we can discuss that down the road. But again, we could come up with ideas on how to handle that. This is Colleen. This is a good discussion, but I'm thinking that a person on the investigatory board doesn't know sign language. To say that they don't know anything, if we gave them information that they would need an interpreter to have access to that report because it's in English. Okay. All right. So I'm trying to figure things out. All right. So Sammy, I see you. Hold on.
Yes, this is Sammy. So I think just as we do in these situations is if it's a deaf person, we ask, what services do you want? Is there a certain person that you want? I think that we would train in regulatory in that same kind of manner. If they just want someone general, great, we can do that. Or if they have someone special, we can do that.
I'm sorry, Sammy, your
Yes.
voice is cutting in and out. Could you repeat that, please?
Yes, so if somebody, we would ask the person who made the complaint, and if they're deaf, we would ask them what services they want. If they want something specific, do they need certain equipment? So we would ask them their preference. I mean, that's kind of how we've been taught. And I would assume we'll teach regulatory in that same way.
Good, Colleen. Okay, great. So Mel? All right. So we are going to skip Mel and go on to Eric. So hello, Eric here. My question then is what kinds of investigations are we thinking are going to occur? Because the HLO is going to investigate something that's on paper, whether or not they have a license. That's easy to verify. And so, Sammy, what would, the SME, I'm sorry, the interpreter, correction. So the SME, what would their role be within the investigation? Because the HLO has documentation, whether or not the person has a license, right? So then when there's that investigation, what then would the SME be doing? I'm just
This is Bob. There's practice standards, the bills lay out, what practice standards look like. If there's the National Immigration Standards and so on and so forth. So we would need to understand those practice standards from someone to help us, to tell us these things. Yeah, I mean, it's not just whether or not they have a license. It covers a lot. Anything that's negligent and incompetent, and yeah. So.
This is
all right, Sammy.
We definitely use it. So if the process changed and we were using a deaf person to send some video, we would use Ishmi for that. Depending on what that complaint looks like, there's practice standards that you guys have previously adopted and which you will adopt in.
Sorry, this is the interpreter. There's a lot of background noise, especially I think with the paper that's happening.
Yeah.
The bags. Yeah.
So we'll use them in that manner. Hopefully, if we get Ishmi on board early, they can help us work out the process of receiving these types of complaints, and so we can work out the kinks before we start getting them. But it's always possible.
Bob?
And this is Bob. We can hire as many SMEs as we want. I mean, of course, take work, but we'll definitely need a deaf SME, right? And then maybe an ASL and SME, and then maybe somebody with different experiences, hospital experience, or legal experience, or whatever. Just putting that out there. Not that that's a specific case or anything, but just broadly, we may have 2, 3, or 4.
This is Amanda, just out of curiosity. You mentioned you have received complaints, but you don't have anything to do with them. Have people actually tried to use the complaint system?
Yeah, we not have to.
Oh, okay. Well, that's something to start with, at least, so that people know that's the process.
I would.
You what?
I would. Said, let's get a limited waiver.
Yeah.
All right. So if we are feeling comfortable about that discussion regarding the fees, let's see. So Julie, this is Julie. So we have a question from the green member here. So an applicant fee. So could that become the license fee and be good for 1 year? No, 3 years, 3 years. And then when renewal occurs as a licensed person, that fee then changes to the 600. Or, so the applicant fee that is paid, that's $100. And then the person is processed and they're told, yes, you can have a license. Now you can pay $600. So, and that would cover that first 3 years. So that means you're actually getting 2 fees during that first 3 years. You're getting the applicant fee, application fee, and the licensing fee. So the total then is 700 instead of 100 or 600. For people who are already licensed, they're only going to pay that $600 fee, correct? Is that right? Okay, got it. This is Eric. If you get more than one license, you're going to pay more than one applicant fee. If you get supervisory licensure, you have to pay an application fee for that. If you get the general licensure, you have to pay application fee for that. So, so in the past, the biggest issue was because there was a supervisory license, an educational license, a medical license. You had to pay for each of those, and you would apply for each of them separately. And now, Senate Bill 950 took, away a couple of those, and so you don't have to pay for the other ones. And so people aren't going to buy a supervisor and a generalist. They're just going to buy the one. However, it is a possibility, and then it would be an added fee if someone wanted to purchase the in-training license, the provisional, and then if they purchase a general license, they decided to do both of those, then they will have to pay separate fees for those, an application fee for each license. Julie said, okay, got it. This is Eric. So it's just a little bit of a complication that might happen, and it's easily overlooked. Understanding that a person might have to pay applicant fee again because if they're getting a different license. Bob?
And this probably goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway. If you have a generalist license and you're going to graduate to a supervisor, then you pay the supervisor application fee and then the license. Okay.
This is Julie. Got it. Thank you. This is Colleen. Now, my question is, what are we going to do with this information? Can we talk about reducing that fee for that early bird, or is that a temporary rule? No, wait. So what are we doing now? This is Eric. So are you talking about the early bird reduction? Colleen said yes. Eric said, I think we might have to get approval for that with a temporary rule, correct? And so someone would have to make a motion, have it second, we have to vote, all of that. And that's part of the process for the temporary rule. This is Colleen. So are we ready to move? I'm sorry. It's a working lunch. We're eating in front of everybody, but that Eric said, okay, that's fine. So our question then, are we going to pause and eat? Are we going to working lunch? It might be hard for the interpreters with the chewing noises and the paper and all of that, hard for them to hear us. The interpreters, do you have an opinion? Eric is playing with the bag now.
We're gonna take 2 minutes.
Microphone.
2 minutes, everyone open everything they want.
So Colleen says, my concern is we have a little bit over 2 hours left, and I'm not able to stay beyond the scheduled time. I have to be done at 2:30. So I really want to take advantage of the time we have now and use every minute we possibly could. So this is Julie. Could we just suggest that everybody open every paper item right now, get it all open all at once, and then eat? All right, Mrs. Colleen, you've got 2-minute break to get everything open, get ready to eat. Okay, everybody make noise. You got 2 minutes, and the interpreters are going to switch.
extremely distracting, and both the microphone seems to be very sensitive to these noises, but not to voices, which is very odd.
I'll start moving. Sammy, are you good? Have you opened everything?
Okay, let us know if we need some more time. Okay, or if we need anything repeated. I think we can look at number 6 on the agenda. Are we ready to move on? We're looking at the RAC recommendations, revisions, amendments. Everything, we're talking about the temporary. Yeah, so based on the RAC recommendations, we're going to go by that. Anything from the members?
Interpreter can't take it.
Yeah, no problem. It's under Darcy. We switched computers again. Sorry.
Ethan, hold on.
No worries.
Okay, I think we got it.
Okay, perfect.
I mean, what was that? Hold on. Oh, so the temporary rules, I was ready to propose that we pass them, but if we want to put that down, that discount or whatever we want to call it for early bird, and put that in the temporary rules or the permanent rules and the temporary rules. Okay, so I think that we need to discuss that. Obviously, we've already kind of passed this on the 3 of us. I can't speak for everyone, but I would feel ready to make a motion to pass the rules with the exception of that amendment, the early bird thing. Another specific word that the HLO will understand when we're doing that word can we use for that?
To
The early bird discount.
just say that you want to discount the whichever licenses by X dollar amount for an amount of time. Maybe annual, so everybody gets.
Yes. So what is the term that you would like us to use? The exact wording? Early bird discount? Okay. Can we look at the discount for the temporary rules and between Charles dates to June 30th? Is that the end of the month, 30th? And a specific amount that we are comfortable with incentivizing community members to get in and get their license that would be good for 3 years before the permanent rules are in effect. So that would apply, the discount would apply for all categories, all licenses.
And you would need, once, if you decided to do proposed rules today, if you wanted to roll that discount into the proposed rules, you could do that.
Sammy, louder, please.
You want to roll the fee discount into the proposed rules, that way it will move forward, because these go away 180 days, temporary. So you want to move it forward, if you want it to go for 12 months. What? No, yes.
This is Amanda. Go for 12 months. So she said today, tomorrow through June 30th, if you renew your license or get your license, you get a discount of X amount. We'll talk about that. But then you said annually, or no, you didn't say annually, you said for 12 months. You're thinking we should for 12 months give the discount?
Here's what will happen.
Okay.
A whole lot of people will be very mad that they do not get that $100 discount. So.
Yeah,
um,
they should pay attention to their emails.
Okay. So you want for a very limited amount of time, you could put that a thing? No. That I don't know.
Okay, no.
Just a minute. Community education, PR, and all that, all getting the word out. Yes. This is Amanda. Also, I understand what Sammy means, because if my license is good until mid-August and I'm not ready to renew before June 30th. No, okay, I understand your point now. Okay, so really it should be for the year, because my license would lapse and then I would have to go through renewal. So I do understand the point of trying to hurry and get it done now. However, I am one of the people who did pay for my license, so mine doesn't renew until mid-August. So if I understand the point now, because doing it earlier than that would be problematic for some people. Okay, so Sammy's the solution for that, for people who would be impacted in mid-August. What would your solution be to that?
If you want to discount to $100 to $500, just give the fee $500 so everybody gets it. Because you're not going to do an early bird special, because it's not going to be handed out equivalently to everyone. And we have to be fair. I mean, to the degree that the law allows us to be fair, it would be, if you want, like you said, isn't a solution for somebody who doesn't renew until December. Why would they renew now? We won't even let them renew. We won't even let you renew. We won't even allow it. So if you want the discount, either give them the discount or just charge $500 instead of $6. That's the number.
Amanda?
What was wrong?
But theoretically, if we had the discount for 1 year, it would impact everyone's cycle at some point, right? And we would keep the higher number in the law, the $600, even if we're doing this $500, this discount of to $500, right? So we would keep that 600, the maximum, and then we would do the discount for 1 year. And then everybody's cycle would be impacted by that. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
Julie, so it's written for the year, in May 1st to April 30th, 26 and 27. And then it would be that amount. And then after May 1st, the cost would be 600. May 1st, 2027. The cost would be 600. Before that, it would be 500. That would work.
That would.
Any? Okay.
Yes, that would work.
Hey, Tammy. Sorry.
Backing up, this is Tammy.
So under 950, we still have 3 licenses that go until 2028, 2029. Educational, legal. Can we say the discount applies to your first purchase or your first renewal?
would be anything in that year. Why would you
Not the three.
Not the three that I mentioned until 2029.
Well, those aren't renewed, those are repealed. No money.
Oh, so they'll need a new one.
Changing hands for those.
But under
But
nine,
under 950,
educational,
education, legal, and medical licenses are still good until 2029.
so they don't need to purchase.
You don't need to purchase a new one.
Right.
Can we have the discount applied to your first purchase or your first renewal? Because those people with legal, educational, and medical won't need to buy a license till 2029. So if we only do it for a year, then they'll still be sitting there going, my license is still good, why do I have to pay it?
You get 2 years without paying anything.
Yeah.
That's what I'm like, I'm like 2 years.
I'm just saying.
A couple of things.
Yeah.
Really quick, can I clarify my statement? So she was saying that those.
He was saying that people with those three licenses, educational, legal, medical, wouldn't benefit with that discount until much later, until 2029. But they're offering that discount, but they're not needing to renew. So they don't have to pay for their license for a long time for the 3 years. So because they have that, they're basically grandfathered in. So I understand her point. Those people probably would complain for sure in 3 years. But like it's easier to justify saying that they've been benefiting all along while other people have been paying. So that's why I feel like, you guys have been lucky already. Amanda? This is Amanda. Plus, 3 years is plenty enough time to save up for that. And it's not like it's going to be a surprise. It's $600 now. We've got 3 years, plenty enough time for them to budget that. Tammy? My comment goes back to Sammy about people who can't take advantage of that discount because my license is still good. So I just want to follow up with that. And I agree that it's been free for 3 years and now I'm gonna have to go ahead and pay for mine again. So all of that. So we could go on and on. But yes. So just throwing out that idea.
More advocacy.
Okay, so just remember that we're, trying to think of benefits. And I mean, we're here as a board and we can't always worry about people being upset about that. We need to think of, again, the benefit to the public. The key is trying to elicit more and more memberships to get licensure. Okay, so I see you, Julie. So Julie's saying, I have a question for clarification. So yes, we all seem to be in agreement of a discount. Yes, it seems like it should go for a year for, that type of language. But if, so are we happy with the $100 discount? Do we feel like it's fair? Or should we decrease it? What do you all think? Should we offer a bigger discount or is it $100 sufficient? And Colleen says, I was just thinking the same thing. Eric? Yes, hi, this is Eric. Sorry, my crumbs. My first thought is I do like the $100 discount, but I don't know yet if we could speak on it, like if you're in training, it's $50. But, are we making a change there? I mean, it's minimal, of course, but for those who are in training license and maybe, an application discount, because maybe we can just make the application fee $0 for them. Because I'm just saying, I just love the idea of $100 across the board, but if you're in training and you're only paying $50, I mean, If you need $100 discount, does that mean you get some money back? Do we give them money? No. I mean, we just have to be very careful with our language. And so Julie said maybe, yeah, we can just waive that $50 as opposed to $100 discount to them.
The in-training license is it's good for 1 year. So it's set aside differently than I think the other three. So you could look at supervisory and generalists, maybe do a $100 discount for them, making it $500. And then provisional, they pay $300 to $100 per year. If you want to do the same for them, or $50, I don't know. I probably would leave provisional alone unless you wanted to reduce the application fee.
I'm sorry, Sammy.
Okay. You could take the supervisory and generalist license and say they're $600 for 3 years and reduce them by 100, making them $500 for 3 years. And then the provisional, which is also good for 3 years, and it's $300, making it $100 per year. You can reduce that by $50 or maybe $100, depending on what you want. And I would probably leave the sign language in training license alone unless you maybe reduce the in training application fee by half. Those are just ideas.
I hear you. Okay, I see more comments. Mel? Okay, we need to keep going. And this is Mel. I do agree with the 3. And when we're talking about in training, we should cut that in half. So $25. I feel that that's more reasonable. Now, my second question, and I am very sorry if this was previously asked, but if HLO would be willing to modify these fees, now, how long would HLO be willing to run while still being in the red? Because Colleen's saying that was back to my original question about a timeline. So that's the question. Amanda? Hello, Amanda here. Just putting it out there. How about we just waive the application fee for a year rather than offering the discount and just apply that to everybody equally? What about that idea? Eric here, my thinking is that the application fee is only a one-time cost.
Okay.
So
Leave the application fees alone.
Sammy, go ahead.
We probably want to leave, since there's a one-time fee and it's really a fee for service, we're getting a brand new application, identification, all that. We're going to leave that fee alone. If you want to do a discount, would be on the license fee. So for sign language in training, we would just get the half, so it would be $25 for the annual license for 1 year. Making $21.
Okay, this is Colleen. I think that's a good idea, but can we have a motion for specific fees and then let's have it written out in legalese and we'll let them take care of that. Darcy? Oh, hold on, interpreter can't see Darcy. Hold on.
Darcy is disconnected from the internet. We're just gonna connect her.
Okay, so I keep getting disconnected, just letting you all know. So we're playing musical chairs. I have no access. I'm just leaning over to other people's monitors. Okay, so Colleen's saying, let me back up a moment. I feel like we've had a lengthy discussion and we've shared our thoughts, and I want to see if we're ready to make a motion to have a specific amount of discount, and then leave all the official language to HLO and let them take care of all of that. So can we just have a motion to the point? Are we ready for that? And Colleen says, I can't make the motion as the chair, but I'm asking the board if somebody is willing to make the motion.
This is Amanda. I don't have a camera, so I'm gonna use English. This is Amanda. Oh, thanks. Okay. It's weird because I'm on a book over there. Okay. And now I'm Eric, so it's a problem. One last detail before I make a motion. $100 off of 300 is really big compared to 100 off 600.
Correct.
So the provisional, right? The provisional is 300. We want to offer 100 off of that? You're not, are you on camera? Okay. Oh, you're behind. Come here. Come here to me.
Mrs. Mill. The earning
Oh,
potential,
Okay, you're fine.
So if you have a provisional license, there's limitations on where you can work. So your earning potential is also limited. So I feel like $100 is sufficient, but to get a generalist or supervisory, you have the ability to earn more money. So I believe that Colleen saying, I hear you. Sammy?
We're not limited on where, so 3 marks. On your supervision.
Can't
3
hear you.
marks. Provisional can work anywhere. It's not limited to not medical and not all these things. It's a free market. As long as you have got your supervision and you have your provisional license. Yes, I'm right.
Well, in our interpreting profession, it's a very different between being certified or not. If you can get your full licensure, that means you'll be able to earn more money than without the credential or certification. So, I mean, yes, you still can work, but people really don't want to hire you because you don't have the same level of skills and in development still. And so just trust me. Just trust me.
I'm just saying.
Amanda says, I'm ready to make the motion. Okay, last comment, Julie. Julie's saying, I think that $25 for the entry. Yeah, I'm done. Go ahead. Yes, Amanda. I move that we approve a temporary rule to be amended with the rule including a discount for 1 year, starting immediately tomorrow.
Fees come into place.
Oh, when the fees start, yes, from Sammy's feedback. When we start collecting fees for 1 year from that date with $100 discount for all 3-year licenses. For sign language interpreters in training, it is a 50% discount.
$25.
For the 1 year, or $25. Okay, she's clarifying, not 50%, but $25. I accept the correction. Okay, Colleen's asking for a second. Mel seconds. And Julie says, may I see that in writing? Is it possible? I just want to see it in writing, like what it looks like. Is that possible?
Yeah, give me a minute. But yeah, it's possible.
Colleen says, okay, we'll pause. Julie says, that's what you need to be when you're a visual learner. And Amanda's saying, yes, because I was putting it out there, but we're letting all the professionals take my ideas and put it into the proper verbiage. And, you know, we did that also with the RAC. We relied on the professionals to word it properly. And Colleen saying, yeah, they're just having side conversation, but we need to hold off on that. Colleen says yes, and I'm going to relinquish my position next year. Oh, you've been denied, Colleen. You probably should have turned off your camera before you said that because it is being interpreted. Colleen says, that's okay. I'm not saying it in secret. Okay, well, I have no comment from now on. I'm going to keep my hands to myself. Are we ready with the draft?
No,
We're waiting with the type.
you'll know I'm ready.
Sammy, how you doing?
Almost there, you'll know when I'm looking at you all.
Bob, I have a question for you. Or do you have a question for me, Colleen saying?
Just got a comment, but I'll keep it to myself.
You can tell me in the hallway.
I was just
Yes,
gonna
Bob.
say that, once these rules are in place, life should be easier. So you'll want to stay. You'll probably ask Chrissy to extend you for 4 more years.
Nope, I'm maxed out. Once I'm done with my term, I am done. Julie says, yeah, we'll see about that. Yeah, my second term will be done. Eric said, this is still my first. Okay, just to clarify, this is Colleen. Just for clarification, regarding terms, I understand that Tammy and we're both on our second terms officially. That started in January. So I think I'm good for 2 more years until December of 2027. Oh, 28. Oh, I was corrected. I'm here until December of 2028. Okay, then we can retire then. December of 2028, and Tammy's very happy about this. And the rest of you are on your first term, so we are the only 2 that will be leaving before you. So adios. Eric is issuing congratulations, and Colleen says, oh no, we need it. We need it. Yeah, we need it. Okay, Bob?
Yes, Bob. Yeah, I know we're having a good time and I appreciate it, but we probably need to stick to the agenda, and Colleen leaving the board is not on the agenda anywhere I can see.
Well, we're going to switch interpreters, but just so you know that Julie's frozen. Oh, and has fallen off the call. Okay, we're going to switch interpreters now.
Mine's frozen.
We're having technical difficulties. Please hold.
That was a great operator voice.
So a couple of people have lost and fallen off of Zoom, lost their connection. So Eric is still on, and Julie, you've been disconnected as well. Darcy, there are 3 folks who have lost connection. If I'm right here. So Eric is off and Darcy is off. That's who started, was Darcy. I'm still connected. Tammy's still on. So HLO is still on.
I'm maxing out the internet.
I'm thinking the guest Wi-Fi is what's kicking people off.
Right, yeah. You can overload my phone. Hey, it's an iPhone 13, okay?
I've got 2 bars on mine. So let's hold real quick here. Oh, it's still the 3 people. Okay, Julie's back. We still need Eric. Sammy, could you sorry, Josh, could you let people back in the meeting, please?
And Julie's ASL
I
speech.
already let her back.
Okay.
Nobody's on me currently.
Okay.
Whoa.
So Julie is back in, but I don't see Darcy or Eric.
Darcy's in.
Oh, that's not. Oh, we're confusing you. Just,
Okay, no worries.
we like to mess with you.
Okay. So then we're waiting for Mel and Amanda's computer to come back in, or device. Okay,
Shared my screen.
this is Mel. It depends on how you signed in as to what name is going to show.
Trying, but
Oh.
it's not.
It's rough, but general idea. We already had it down here once.
Oh. Maybe if I turn my Wi-Fi on.
Colleen, so the proposal is on this slide. Okay, so we're still having technical difficulties. So Darcy, because of the technical difficulties, we're just going to head and look at the draft up on the screen here, if we can all look at it, because Julie wanted it written so we could understand it better. Eric, can you see what's on the screen? Have you read it? Okay.
Is this something that you guys would prefer to see it in real time, these things?
Colleen, I think it'll reduce time if we just have it open and be able to throw feedback in as we see fit. Okay, is that good, everybody? Amanda, are you satisfied with the language here? So Darcy is asking, to be clear, the renewal will be for 3 years, right?
Yeah.
And that would mean again, it would be the reduction would cover all 3 years because it's a renewal for once. Or do they have to pay every year? This is Colleen. No, let me clarify. So this is for those folks who are applying for licensure, brand new. The renewals are a different part, but if I'm decided to apply right now.
Recording in
Whoa.
Thank you.
Interpret, yeah. So those folks who have already had a 3-year license, like some of us are in the room, we already have a license. We don't get a benefit. But if a person, it might be a blessing in disguise because our licenses are good till maybe 2029. So that's the fees we paid. So to be clear, what we're talking about is something different. So we're looking at it as a new 3-year license, and there isn't going to be a discount for those folks who are renewing in 3 years or whatever. It's for right now. The people who are applying right now.
Yeah, we're gonna have one.
This is Julie. So renewal and application are a little different because during that 2027 year, there will be a discount for the new folks, but for people who are just renewing, thanks for your service. We love you anyway. They don't get a discount. So those folks who are applying for a license, for a 3-year license, will get the one-time discount. The discount is just one time. It's not, per year because you don't have to pay per year. This is Darcy. I understand your all points, but my interpretation of what I thought we were talking about was perhaps different. So this is well, this is Tammy. So I understood what you're understanding the same way. So there are people who have been waiting because of the waiver, and now they get a reduction in their license fee. But I mean, I bought my license the first year and I joined the board and I've renewed already last year because where I worked, I needed that educational license. Sorry, to center myself. So I needed educational. So I bought a supervisory last year because it needed renewing and I had to pay the 200. And now I'm going to have to pay 400 to add that. And because I already have my license, I don't get to take advantage of a reduced fee. And that's kind of the point here. I think everybody should have a reduction. The people who already have their licenses, who followed the rules, who followed the law, should get a reduction too. This is Julie. My response is, with the facts, you paid $400 total. Well, people who will be paying $500 for the next go round with a reduction, you still paid less. Why you're complaining? This is Tammy. Yeah, but I've been paying for the license. This is Julie. But you've already gotten your benefit because the fee was less. Does that make sense?
No.
This is Amanda. So I agree with the math. Yes, we paid less than what the next person's going to pay. However, also my understanding is that with the early bird discount, the whole point is to encourage people to register to get their license. You're already in the system. You don't need that encouragement to get your license. The reduction in fee is to get people to go ahead and sign up. Am I wrong? This is Tammy. Again, but as you mentioned just a little bit ago about your license being good, they don't want the discount to be temporary for less than a year because your license doesn't need renewed until August. But then you said you won't get a discount for people renewing. This is Amanda. So my point was that I already had a 3-year license and I did pay for that already. It's not going to benefit me for that reduction. But at the people who are now getting a license, they decide to wait until June 30th. If it's the people that I'm considering who aren't going to need to renew for another year. But you said you're going to add that to the okay, she's going to add it to the wording here on the screen.
What do you mean? No, you did already. Renewal. Applying or
Well, I have it in
renewing.
both versions. Excuse me.
This is Tammy. Okay. So back to Julie's comment. So far, I've purchased my license twice, and each time was for annual. And I haven't yet purchased a 3-year because of the timing. I had to buy my licenses before the bill started, before it went into effect. So I bought my 3-year, but now it has to be renewed at full fee. There's no discount. And that's kind of my point because, this is Amanda. I agree with that we should include renewal for that 1 year. However, And you did add what I was talking about, Sammy, in the language there, but there's a 1-year block of time. But if you have a 3-year license, well, maybe I lied. I don't know. I didn't mean to lie. Sorry. Okay. Okay. We're saying the same thing, but okay. I have an annual license too. Okay. So it needs renewed, but by the next time it goes for renewal, I shouldn't get a discount. But for that 1 year, I think that it's going to happen within our cycle of renewal, right? Everybody here has a 1-year license, right? Isn't that what's available? It's Colleen. It's 21. Okay, Darcy said, yeah, so it's an annual license. This is Darcy. Yeah, I have an annual license. I can't renew it. Right? Julie said, I think she's frozen. Darcy said, no, I can't renew it. So Amanda said, you can't open it yet, right? But Julie said it's frozen. This is Colleen. Okay, yet there's the waivers happening. So Darcy said, because I have the CDL, it's a 2-time limit. That's it for renewal. You can't renew it again. Then you have to take a test. So I'm putting that off. This is Amanda. From the RAC, we designed the permanent rule. Then those conditions will change. Darcy says, I don't see it on here. Amanda said, I think it's in there, but I will look. Darcy said, okay, you better check that out. Amanda said, it's going to continue, but it's just for a certain number of days. So the permanent rule, temporary rules are for 180 days. The permanent rule will be there by that time, by the time the temporary expires. This was Mel, and I didn't see the whole comment. And Darcy said, Mel said, the permanent rule takes 60 days to come into effect. It should happen before the temporary is over. And Darcy said, we just have to look and see how everything plays out. Colleen, we digress. Let's come back. All right. So Tammy. So this is Tammy. I have one more question. So about an annual license is what I have. So now then the next one I'm going to purchase is a 3-year. So do I have to pay the application fee again? Everybody's saying no. Okay, this is Eric. Only if it's a new license do you pay the application fee. A new. And said, okay, I just want to clarify. Colleen says, stop. Okay. I feel so bad for the interpreter. Okay. So did you catch Eric's comment? Great. Okay. All right. So now Julie. Yes. I miss Julie. And the reduction will apply to Tammy's renewal as well. Okay. All right.
Okay. Initial and renewal for the 3.
Are we all set? Are we set, Sammy?
Yep.
Yes, for what? Eric, you're saying yes for what? What did Sammy say? This is Amanda. So do we agree with both the application and the renewal reduction in fee for that 1 year? Is everybody set with that?
Say it out loud.
Yes.
Sammy, go ahead.
So I think what we decided is for initial license and renewal of licenses from whatever date we get start, the 3-year provisional supervisor and generalist license will be granted a $100 discount for a 1-year period. And then the initial license for a sign language interpreter will be granted a $25 discount for 1 year. They don't have it.
That's the this is
The
Eric.
interpreter in training.
It's the in training license, right?
Yeah.
And Julie said, is that the same as provisional?
Yeah.
Colleen said no. Interpreters are switching.
I was going to voice it again, let's clarify.
That's why I voiced it again, because provisional and in training are separate. They're different. Please make sure we're not talking over each other, okay? Thank you. Appreciate it. Do anything in terms of the draft? Are we ready to adopt? Where are we? Okay. So we have to do the roll call, right? So we're going to call for a vote. So we need your name. And we'll start with you, Eric, please. Yes. Eric says yes.
Aye.
Aye. Mel. Point of order.
Oh, AAG, Heather, she's got her hand up. You can't see it there,
I
but
can't see it. So you have a hand up?
I can see you. But we're doing roll call.
If you could have the motion be read again so that everyone understands what they're voting on. Thank you.
Thanks, Heather.
can you put it back up there, Sammy, so we can see the words?
I didn't take it down.
Yeah. If you,
Yes, I did. Yeah. Record people signing the first.
okay. So taking off the recording. Okay. Thank you, Heather, for that tip. Okay. Can you see me? This is Amanda. Motion is to approve the temporary rules with amendment of discounting $100 for the 3-year license application and renewal during 1 year's time from the initial fee. The $25 discount for sign language interpreters and training license for that 1 year. Now we will call again for a vote. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Second. We have a second. Eric, seconds. And now we'll call for the vote. Starting with Eric. Aye. Eric says aye. Amanda. Amanda says aye. Mel. She says aye. Darcy. Aye. Julie. Aye. Me. Aye. And Mrs. Colleen. Aye. Hooray! Where's the champagne?
Go ahead.
Amanda? Oh, I see. Next on the agenda is, what do we, like, on this where we are? Permanent rule. That's been, I think we're talking up on that. Number 7.
Oh.
8.
Oh, yes, we decided on a third quarter meeting.
This is Amanda. So it looks like the permanent rules are not on the agenda.
Yeah, they are. They're proposed.
Oh.
Rules under.
Let me switch them around.
9.
I thought we do the new dates before we moved on to the permanent, but okay. So that's already been approved, too late. So now we are looking at new dates for the next quarter. I understand the community is excited, but we're going to focus on the dates and then we'll do that before, what is it, July 1st? What was the timeline? Amanda? This is Amanda. I feel like it depends on the permanent rules because if we're going to meet when we can make a decision on the permanent rules, I think like it's done backwards. So if we can put dates based on the theory that we will approve the permanent rules, what dates should we meet in order to figure that out? That's my question. Amy, do you want to respond?
Because I do not.
July 1st.
Louder, Sammy?
Quarter,
That ends it. It's,
third quarter, I don't do in quarters.
So we're the.
Are we in fiscal year, or are we in annual year?
Fourth quarter. Yeah, is it biennial or what?
I think we're looking at the third quarter. The third quarter must be July to October.
Like I said,
July 1st to October.
July 1st.
Yeah, if you just pick a date in there,
July 20th.
closer, no,
Farther,
farther down. Like,
August something?
late August. Too far, September. But I think I can make it work.
Around August something?
17th.
Oh,
I could do 17th or 18th.
The week after,
August 14th?
Scheduled to just have here.
Okay, hold on, everyone. Hold on. So we're looking at some options in August, correct? Okay, so it seems one board member will be out of the country. So should we accommodate them, or do we, because of the time restrictions, do we go ahead and schedule something anyway? That's my question. Darcy, I'm looking, wouldn't the 18th? No, we're trying to figure out the meeting date. So when are you going to be gone, Darcy? 22nd? I leave on the 22nd? Okay, so before August 22nd? 17th? 17th? That seemed to work. Eric?
17th.
Okay.
It's a week before school starts again. That's a very busy week. And then we have to go to Scouts camp.
Or the other two before that.
So would it make it easier if you could join virtually? Maybe? It's a busy week, so can we try to keep the 17th and then you can join? Yeah, if it works out with everybody else, that's okay. But that week is going to be very busy, so I'm not sure if I will maybe pulled into another meeting or something like that. So it's kind of up in the air at this point. So go ahead and put the 17th and I will make it if I can. And if not, then I will let you know. 15th, everyone? Same time? Or would you rather it be earlier, later? Same time frame? Okay, I propose meeting set for August 17th at the same time as today, 9:30 to 2:30. In person is preferred, assuming everyone can be here in person, except for one person who may join us virtually. So we'll prepare virtually. So, I prepared for virtual, but then everybody showed up. So we're looking at in person.
Oh, the interpreters too? In person?
We can't get in person.
Interpreters,
typically
possible.
interpreters won't come
They won't.
Okay, interpreters would be virtual.
Very friendly.
in. It's just it's about their.
Oh, very nice. We're friendly. Give you some candy. Okay, Sammy?
So, Tammy, just to give you an idea, if you are finish this up and you do vote on the proposed rules, and Bob does his job and gets the fiscal done, and I can file by July
Start
1st.
over again, please, Sammy.
Just for reference, if you guys approve the proposed rules today, Bob puts the information into Department of Administrative Services, and I file on July 1st, we have 28 days, so July 1st to July 28th. I would do 2 hearings, so we would be able to make that August 17th date for you guys to do permanent rules, and then, September 1st. You do that, or you guys just have a rollout, like maybe you wanna do January, but you guys want us to do a lot of like stuff in between. Just that depends. Because it is the requirement, well, some of the requirements will be more than the requirements are now. So to get a generalist license, there are more requirements you have to meet than there are now. Same with provisional, there's just more stuff.
No? I'm good with the day. One concern is for educational interpreters, school starts in the fall. Is that going to give enough time for applications and everything like that?
Oh, I should have set up the rules months ago. It's gonna be too late.
Yeah, we tried our best. Okay. All right, just checking. That was the reason that we set the time very strictly before. But basically it's too late to do that. So that definitely will impact the educational and K-12 interpreters for the beginning of the year. If the requirements are to maintain the license, then it's going to be an issue. We tried to avoid that, but because of all the voting delays, here we are. We're stuck. So some people seem confused. So we're looking at the timeline. So Julie, I'm okay with that comment. I'm just not understanding what Sammy was trying to say. I'm not following you, Sammy. You said
If you guys adopt, or you vote in proposed rules today, assuming you are going to in the next hour and 15 minutes, then I and Bob will do his DAS job when he gets fees approved, and I file rules on July 1st with Secretary of State. That puts it in motion, so we do 28 days of public comment. They can be written, they can call me on the phone, I can transcribe it. Or we'll have 2 hearings, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, where people can give verbal testimony. And then once that is done, July 28th, I will compile all that information, and then you guys can review it on August 17th. Make changes, don't make any changes, adopt them as is, and those will go over on top of the permanent temporary rules. So, that makes sense? Okay.
Okay, so we're going to leave it as is and move on the agenda to number 9.
Okay, so, oh, yes, Darcy. So we're going to be voting on the proposed rules, and then that should be at the next meeting, because I think we need more time to look it over and make sure on what we're voting on. And also, I thought that like what we just voted on, yes, that's one section, but it doesn't mention all of the temporary rules. That's what I thought, or that maybe just wasn't clear to me. I mean, from what others were saying, it seems like we voted for all temporary rules. I don't know. I didn't realize that I hadn't voted on that. So I just wanted to let you know and have it showed on the record that my vote was, I guess, just on that language that was put on screen, not the temporary rules, correct?
Wasn't the vote.
I can't, sorry, can't hear. Okay. Someone had said something about voting on all temporary rules, and I was like, whoa, wait a minute. We voted only on the proposal for discount, correct? I just want to be sure. Colleen said that was on the amendment, and that's what we voted on for the fee. So having that discount amended, that was what we voted on. Darcy says, but not all the temporary rules. Okay, that's what was not clear to me. I misunderstood thinking we were voting on temporary rules, and I just wanted to have that on record.
Okay.
Okay, Heather, we see your hand.
If there's confusion as to what the prior motion and vote was, then you should clarify that with the second motion. I think that if there may be confusion because some people may have understood that it was all temporary rules that were being voted on as what was stated in the motion. So if there's concern that that's not what everyone was voting on and that the prior motion was just about the discount, then you should take another motion in regards to all the other temporary rules.
Heather, would you mind
Okay,
saying?
Yes, there seems to be confusion as to what the prior motion was about. And so you should go through the process of having another motion and vote to make sure everyone understands what's being voted on. And so you have several options. You could say you're going to vote on all temporary rules, including the discount that was the amendment to the temporary rules, and have all of the temporary rules voted on at once. Or you could break it out and vote on the discount separately from the other temporary rules. But you'll want to make sure everyone understands what you're voting on.
And Darcy saying, and knowing the appropriate procedures. So Colleen says, how do we move forward with that? We have an hour and 10 minutes. Julie saying, I move that we vote on all temporary rules with the amendment.
All.
All temporary.
That was the last one, but that's not what ours is.
And Amanda seconds. So now, do I go ahead and take roll to vote? All right, we'll start. Oh, hold on, Amanda. This is Amanda. I was wondering if we need to make sure everybody understands the motion clearly and what we're voting on before we proceed with the vote. But I don't know how to do that. I just wanted to be sure. So Colleen says, well, do we need to open it up for discussion or just go ahead and call for the vote? Eric saying, just a really quick question to everybody regarding the temporary rules. It seems that we were not aware with all of the temporary rules as they stand currently. And if we go ahead and vote for them, I mean, should we go through them and review each of the rules, or are we ready to just go ahead and vote? And Darcy said, no, that is not what I'm talking about. Just to be clear, please, I don't want to be misunderstood. Julie saying, from what I understand, the RAC has already set up the temporary rules. I trust the RAC and their advice. And that the motion that I just made was to clearly identify that we are voting on the temporary rules with the amendment that we previously voted on. And that was already passed and clearly set. And now we will be voting on the entirety of the rules. Okay, that's where I'm at. Colleen said, yes, that's it, exactly. So Colleen says, I can take the rules. Eric, yes. I, Amanda, I, Mel, I, Darcy, aye. Julie, aye. Tammy, aye. Colleen, aye. Okay. Motion carries. Whew, done. Now, I'd like to move on to item 9 in the agenda. We should be focusing on the specifics. And we did talk about fees, so we're done with that. And we made the amendment, and that the amendment does apply. The amendment is in the temporary rules, and that will continue into and apply to the permanent rules for everyone that's renewing or applying for the next year.
Do you want to
Go
You
ahead,
want it.
Sammy.
add that into your, if you're going to vote on proposed rules, you want to add that change, just like you did.
Yes, because it will apply to all folks who will be renewing or be new applications for the next year as the new cycle. Okay. So I believe we have to discuss some of the specifics, and Amanda's asking, do we need a motion for that?
To discuss
Are we
specifics.
discussing it or voting on it? This is Bob, sorry.
Yeah.
Colleen is saying, I'm not making the motion, but I'm under the impression that based on the discussion that we had, this would eventually carry over into the permanent rules, but I wasn't sure if a new motion needed to be made. So Colleen saying it's going to include the amendment that we made with the discount that would be already approved in the temporary, but we're talking now about having it carry over into the permanent rules so that that discount will still apply. So that's where we're at now. So do we need to have a motion that what we approved in the temporary rules will apply to permanent rules, including that discount? Do we need the motion? Julie saying, I move that this, wait. Who's speaking? This interpreter. Heather, were you saying something?
Sorry, Colleen. Julie, you jumped right in with what I was going to propose, that you could either do the motion now or later. So it looks like she's taking it away.
Okay, this is Julie. I move to carry the amendment of the discount over into the permanent rules. And Amanda seconds. So we can call the question. Eric, aye. Amanda, aye. Mel. Sorry, I have ADHD. No saying. I'm not ready to vote. I'd like to have a bit of a discussion. Colleen saying, we're just voting on having the discount approved into the permanent. So Mel says aye, Darcy says aye, Julie says aye, and Tammy says aye. And Colleen also says aye. Okay, now we can take a look at the specifics of the permanent rules. Is there any motion on the floor for the permanent rules? Because I would be ready to move on, but I believe we need to talk about certain specifics. Mel? Mel saying, I don't mean to, spotlight any of the board members. I know Julie hasn't been involved in the process thus far, but, is it in good faith that we just move forward? I mean, have you did all the reading and did the homework? And Julie says, well, no, I didn't read it line by line. No, I did not. I have had many of conversations with people, and I feel comfortable and believe that all the folks that have done the work did the work. And based on your question, that's my answer. But I do have a question about, hold on. Oh gosh, I'm trying to find it. Excuse me for a second. Oh, page 56. Line, oh, it's in the parentheses. The word NIC. So my question is, the NIC vocabulary, is that permanent? Wait a minute, hold on a second. Oh, whoa, pardon me. Whoa, hold on. Where am I supposed to be checking? Hold on. 104. Okay, I think I'm on the right page now. Okay, I'm fine with that. So Colleen's saying, what were you saying? Julie says that I withdraw. Colleen saying, I do have a question about page 152, 152. 152. And this is in regards to in training. And looking at this, there's an area that I feel like we need to increase the numbers. I'm looking at letter capital B, like boy. I see a head shaking. Okay. I feel like that number 2.5 is too low for a person in training. I would prefer to have them supervise. I think that should be for, like, say, a CODA or a person who's learning how to sign. Now, not in an interpreter program, not an ITP, because I trust that they are going to be monitored and supervised. But for those who say, well, I know the language, and go ahead and apply with a 2.5 and getting an in training license, that bothers me. I think that number needs to be increased and not giving them kind of that free reign and they can go out and interpreter without having gone through an ITV or a training program. So I feel like that 2.5 is too low and that number should be raised. So I wanted to bring that up. Julie's saying, I'm involved with the sign language proficiency interview, the SLPI. I am an evaluator and an assessor. And it says, interpret for that letter A, intermediate or above. You have that ASLPI 2.5. That is not equivalent. That is actually below. It needs to either be dropped or it needs to be raised in order to be equal. The language between the two different companies is intermediate, and ASLPI means a 3 in the ASLPI. So the two different ones are not equivalent. And real quick.
Because this changes based on the meeting. We've kind of done this many times, and I don't know what, I've looked on the internet to find the correct language, but people's experience changed that, so.
Colleen, based on the board members' experience, Julie, based on the board members' experience and our background, I feel that the 2.5 is not an appropriate number on line B. It needs to be changed to a 3 or more. 3. That's it, okay? 3. That's my recommendation because I'm allowed to make a proposal and I would like to make that tiny little change from a 2.5 to a 3. Mel? This is Mel. And it would depend upon, well, it will depend upon Amanda watching me to make sure we don't miss anything. So I think it's reasonable because the RAC in the past has discussed that number being lower because those folks are in training. And assuming that they can always reapply, and then they can apply 3 times. And if they still aren't able to get the correct number, they're out. And there are other protections built in as well. And we think that 2.5 isn't enough, but then when you look at the protections or the requirements, it's a way to get people in and get started in the process, especially those who have potential, to go ahead and start with that lower position and expect that they will grow. And if after that period of time they can't meet the requirements, they're out. This is Colleen. I see that. I recognize that your point, and I don't feel that it matches. So here's Julie with her idea. Julie says, I think B, we could leave the same. A, we have to change ASLPI to Survival Plus. Survival Plus. That would be equivalent to the 2.5. That would be equivalent language. This is Mel. I am open and will trust your experience for that information because I'm not involved in assessment. I don't have that background. This is Julie. We don't want to make oral look like we're encouraging people to take the ASLPI because they have a lesser score requirement for entry than the SLPI which takes a higher score to actually do it successfully. So people will take the ASLPI instead. That's not what we want. We want the results, the scores written to be equivalent, whichever test they take. If you have Survival Plus and 2.5, then that's equivalent. This is Colleen. So let's circle back to my recommendation under, B will keep. A, we will change it to Survival Plus. And then put that into the language, right? So that's the rules for the training license. Mel. And also I'd like to check my understanding to make sure that I'm understanding correctly. So we've been looking at the rules, and for sure a training license means they're limited to what they can apply for or how many times they can apply. They have to work under a supervisor or a mentor, and that in-person supervisor, right? Page 150. This is Amanda. Plus they have to do training, plus they have, it's how much training, they have to have the mentor, all of that. This is Colleen. I'm sorry, I'm not finding the line. How many times they can renew? Amanda said, hold on, I gave you the wrong information on the page. Let's see. Can they renew? Says Colleen. Mel said,
148.
It's 148. Amanda said, neck, it's number 7. Really, this is still Amanda. The renewal is kind of a question. It's case by case. It says 1 year training and that's it. And then if there's a renewal, there has to be an exception done. And so if they continue, they have to transfer to the provisional. That's the next step. If they want to be training for more than 1 year, that's a case by case decision. Otherwise, they have to become provisional. That's according to HLO board. This is Colleen. Now I'm going back to, I think it's solid enough to leave it as it is. We don't need to do changes. This is Amanda. I think those numbers have to be equivalent between the two, testing exams. So if a 2.5 is survival plus, then yeah, we need to make that change, and I'm happy with that. And I think that we keep our other requirements, with the supervision and the time limits and all of that. But I think we need to really heavily emphasize the fact that we're opening the gate here, and the screenings need to happen. That's my 2 cents. This is Julie. I'd like to explain what Survival Plus means.
That would be really appreciated.
They can discuss basic social topics, 2 to 3 sentences, some knowledge of the basic sign vocabulary with many sign errors, slow to medium sign speed, and there are a few grammatical features included and a fair understanding of the signs that they're seeing. And the person that is signing to them, of course, is signing a slow to medium speed as well. And that's survival. Now, Survival Plus can understand some of the meanings and some of 3 to 5 sentences. And they can work in a social topic within that topic and take turns in a conversation. They have a good knowledge and control of everyday signing vocabulary with some errors and fairly clear understanding of the person who is signing to them at a moderate sign speed. And that's Survival Plus. And they can understand some of those things. And they have facility with 1 to 3 sentences. And they're able to understand a person who is signing slow to moderate speeds. And some of that person who's signing to them at moderate speed. And there are fewer errors, there's more sentence length, so they're kind of sliding and switching back and forth into that between just survival and Survival Plus. Does that make sense? This is Darcy. I'm a little bit trying to figure this. She can see me. Okay. I'm trying to think about this from the board's perspective. If we want SLPI and we want ASLPI, but there are several friends out there who have taken both of those evaluations. And there are some that are interpreters, some are teachers of ASL, and I've asked them, and they mostly say the 2.5 is equivalent to an intermediate. And they're thinking that maybe that should be dropped. And so I've had conversations, and I'm trying to think about their perspectives, how those are different tools. And I'm wondering if we need to revisit them because we need to look at, what the numbers mean and those, and to make sure that we're doing the right thing, because does 2.5 equal an intermediate? Is that appropriate? How do we determine that? All of the above. This is Colleen. So I'm afraid we're getting pretty far off the course here. We have to have kind of a microscopic focus here. So we need to be careful about what we're talking about because our time is dwindling. So, okay, Amanda's turn. All right, this is Amanda. So we could go on and on and on and on and on about these discussions, but we don't have the metrics and all of that stuff. We don't have all of that on those instruments. So all we can do is our best with that microscopic focus, that small group of people. And that's kind of my 2 cents. And so will it be perfect? I doubt it, but we'll just do the best we can. This is Julie. And the SLPI and the ASLPI people fight amongst themselves. They bicker. They neener back and forth. And of course, if we focus on that disagreement, Then the measurements, the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 in the ASLPI, and then the the SLPI, they do intermediate plus survival, all that. We can't be magnifying glass microscope and figure this out. We have to just say, what's equal exactly, because it's so contentious between the two companies. And so, we just have to do our good faith effort and figure out what we see as the equivalent, as opposed to joining into that disagreement or that conflict and discussion. So I think we don't want to play that game, but we need to figure out where we believe the equivalency is. This is Colleen. Sammy?
So for the in training, I don't know what you wanted to say. Score of intermediate or score of survival plus or above on the SLPI. On little c, you've got ASLPI and SLPI a few times there. And at one time, we thought intermediate was similar to 2.5, but now we're hearing otherwise. Changing the 2.5 to 3, I'm not sure where survival plus comes. Are it's replacing or goes? Is it replacing something?
Okay, I'm gonna use English. This is Amanda. I am biased. I'll just explain that because I'm on the rack. I'm biased. We went over this ad nauseum. Week after month, after minute, after year, we went over this. I would argue we leave it as intermediate and 2.5 and let the cards fall where they are and see what happens. I'm biased. Told you that.
This is Mel. I'm a little bit different opinion than Amanda. I said always she is. Colleen said back to the point. So this is Mel. I don't have the information for Julie from before, trying to figure out what's the equivalent, because this community and those who have assessments within our state I think it might be safe to change that equivalency. It might be nicer, cleaner. This is Colleen. I have a question. So I've had the opportunity to think about everything. And I want to maybe hear from the broader community about this idea, and then we can revise maybe, and we can do some weighting. I think if weighting as in WEIGHT, and I don't think that we need to keep putting it off and putting it off and putting it off. As a board, we just need to make some decisions. So I'm proposing that we consider as the permanent rule, if there's nothing else, we could do an amendment, and then we could accept it with, of course, the fee reduction, the temporary fee reduction, and the approval that we've got today, and then move on with that other stuff. But then listen to the community and get a clear idea of the equivalency between the two test instruments. But their proposal, please. Julie said no discussion. Amanda said it's my turn. This is Amanda. I'm not the chair, but I am ready to make a proposal because, but I'm curious if there's a discussion points. But anyway, so are there other points of discussion before we move on, or we're open for discussion now if we'd like? The interpreters are going to switch.
Go ahead.
So
I've looked over all of the proposed rules. I have a few comments throughout the whole document. Things like on this page at the top, something very minor, very simple about the letter small d to capital or small capitalization to lowercase. And I don't know how it's possible to add any of these minor comments and have that sent on to Sammy or something like that so that those revisions can be made. But in general, I think it's an acceptable proposal to the rules, and we can open it up for public comment and start this fall.
Yeah, just send me.
Okay. Eric? Eric, did you comment? Oh, no comment. I'm good. Okay. Sammy.
Okay, am I gonna leave it alone then, as is? Okay, as is. Do you want me, I could put, like, in the notice, the board has special conversation, and would like people to come in on this area. Like, they want comments about this. If you want, I can do that. I mean, it's not like you don't want them for all of it, but. And then there's one I want you guys to look at. Don't want it to sneak up on anybody. So, on page, in the beginning of the proposal. On page 109. Yes, so this rule, when the RAC looked at it, this was the one that was for people who were operating in Oregon but were not physically present. And we had some comments from the constituency that that was not the intent of what the bill was. And so we're recommending that we do nothing. And a few things could occur at this point. We really need clarification on what section 2 of 950 means.
What section of what, Sammy?
Section 2 of Senate Bill 950. How it aligns with section 7 of 950. And we know section 7 is for temporary work, but it's for section 2 for everybody else in that state. It's for specific people. Like, it's not clear in the bill. And just want to point that and this rule is basically saying we're not going to do anything at this point. We're going to wait. We're not recognizing it.
Yes. Okay. Yes, we'll wait.
And hopefully we get some recommendations.
Out of state, so they turn it in and then they think it, and then it's done, but we're gonna put a hold on all of that. So basically we're putting it on hold. We're gonna wait. We're gonna focus on the proposal, and then in future meetings, we can get back to that issue. Okay.
Perfect.
I think we're ready. We need to look at the next meeting. We have to talk about BRI, and that would add to the discussion, add to the permanent rules at a later date.
The BRI. As it wouldn't be in the proposals. It would be 20.
Repeat again for the interpreter, please.
Are you saying you want to talk about BRI for these permanent rules or down the road? 2027.
That was my question, to figure out whether we could have that amended for future meetings. Lots of people with their hands up. Whoever. Okay, go ahead, Amanda. This is Amanda. My understanding is the section 2 would apply to VRI interpreters.
The way it was worded before.
Same thing.
If you read it, it doesn't say that.
Right? This is Amanda. I'm going to use English. It doesn't say BRI as the wording, but that's who that's talking about. Section 2 is
Are you on the bill?
I'm on 109,
Page 109.
the one you just talked to us about. Any non-Oregon licenses or authorizations as acceptable to qualify a person to provide sign language interpreting services in the state of Oregon. Yes, this could be people who come here temporarily, like workshop people or whatever.
That's other people.
Right, exactly. This is the BRI
Okay.
section. That is exactly who that's talking about. So to me, that's the same conversation.
Sometimes, if yours fine with this, I'm fine with this.
Okay. Apparently
It
we're
doesn't
not.
affect me. I just wanted to point it out.
We being male is not good.
Okay. Can we discuss this at our next board meeting? No, Mel? I need clarification. Page 109. If we're passing the temporary rules vote, okay, permanent. Permanent. Okay, so we have time to talk later. This is Amanda. If we are today voting to pass this proposed rules, that means it goes out to the general public for comment and all of that. We get feedback that comes back to us to tweak it within the scope of what's there before it actually goes out. But we can't make all those changes until after review. So within the scope, what's the definition of how much modification or tinkering can we do with it? This is Amanda. I'm not a lawyer. I don't play one on TV.
I mean, what do you
My
want?
understanding is from Heather is that it's within the authority of the legislation and the statute what we can modify. Okay, so question for VRI, that vocabulary, that terminology is not there. If we added that, would that be considered being in scope or would that take us outside?
This is Sammy. We could maybe have this one and the one you guys had before and have them both. So, or, like an or. So this one that's more vague, or we could do the one that says, basically says VR without saying VR. So it's anybody who's providing services in Oregon, but they are not physically present, which is. So I could put them both in as options, one option. And then you've got the whole kind of thing.
Say that again, the whole what thing?
If I took this one, 109, and grabbed it, and then what the RAC had worked on before, that's in it had, that it was anybody who was out of state working on for an Oregonian, but they were not physically located in Oregon. So essentially being VRI, we were told that's not the intent, so we removed it. But I could put that second rule in here as an or, these are optional. Give us your feedback on the VRI.
Okay. Just let me see if I understand you're saying. So leaving it vague to kind of vote one way or another. So are you meaning if we make it optional, so those interpreters who are not physically here in person, they have another licensure from another state, they would not have to report to HLO, and HLO would have no ability to track them, correct, Amanda? This is Amanda. My understanding from what Sammy is saying is for public comment, we need to include both. We could include what's there now and
Pull it out.
the former explanation or description. So if they don't live in Oregon, but they are doing interpreting work in Oregon, they would have to have a license or not need a license or whatever the decision is. And then the wording would be more clear and apply to VRI. But right now it's kind of a little bit more vague. It vaguely references VRI, but not explicitly. So if we had put those both out for public comment, and then we get the final decision from there, we would finalize it from there and make our decision. Okay, I think it's wise to have them both included, and then it's more a question of how many tweaks are we allowed to do?
It would
Is
depend.
there a measure? For example, it in 2.5, intermediate change to survival plus, just for an example, or 2.5 change to 3.0. Is that within our scope, or would that be considered outside? That's what I'm not understanding.
This is Sammy. So individually, we're gonna look at those things individually. I believe that would be fine. You have had a very lively discussion about it. Everybody in the world knows it. I'm gonna actually put it in the notice saying this was talked about. They want your feedback. It's when you start getting into more minute things where it starts to dance between is it in or not, that has to be measured individually. But I think I'm gonna pull this up and this might maybe it doesn't. This is what this used to say. So I could put this one in,
Can you
more
blow that up a
specific.
little bit?
So then it gets more specific at each stage. Or leave it blank.
I don't feel real comfortable with putting the state guidelines on there personally. I would not feel comfortable with that. Within each state specifically. Amanda. So from the RAC perspective, if we leave, and Sammy, please correct me if I'm wrong. Anybody else correct me if I'm wrong. If we take the states off, then we have to provide an explanation for why our expectation is this way for licensure. And then for HLO to go through and look through each independent or separate license. And then if we leave it general, we'll take this. It's similar to the credential. We accept all RID, we accept all BEI. We didn't specifically say they must have this specific language or this specific category. We just said certification equals certification, or credential versus credential. And at this point, we could say license equals license. So instead of delineating that all out, how is HLO going to be able to know what equals what? I feel not ready for this. I think we should put that on hold. And I appreciate that, but we have 31 minutes left. Go ahead.
This is Sammy. The way number 2 reads now, in my mind, is the board does not recognize any non-Oregon licenses or authorizations as acceptable to qualify a person to provide sign and interpretation services in Oregon. Period. And then at the end, it says, you gotta have an Oregon license, or you're not. You're not.
Sorry, this is the interpreter.
I'll say it again.
Cutting off at the ends. Sam, I'm
The
sorry.
board does not recognize any non-Oregon licenses or authorizations as acceptable to qualify a person to provide sign language interpretation services in Oregon under Senate Bill 950, Section 2 at this time. This means that unless another exception licensure applies, a person who is licensed or otherwise authorized to provide sign language interpretation services in another state needs to have an Oregon license, provide services in Oregon.
This is Colleen. So if they're authorized in another state, then how do we track that? say the consumer, maybe the consumer, get an interpreter that's not Oregon licensed, but how do we get that information if they're licensed somewhere else? My concern is if they're licensed in another state, could that apply, and how do we keep track of their name? Is there like a directory or whatever? I mean, it's very, very convoluted right now. And, how do we monitor that? Darcy's saying maybe we need to have a list. For example, we need to develop some clear rules for out-of-state interpreters, whether they have license or when they get here, how does that apply? Maybe they pay some type of a fee, and finding a way to track their out-of-state licensure. It may not be Oregon's, but tracking them to make sure that we can support the data. And if we're needing to collect that data, how many out-of-state interpreters are we utilizing? Is it through Zoom? Is it just BRI? And I mean, to say in a medical scenario and those details. And Julie's saying, well, if we're talking about tracking, Tilali does have a list of nurses that they hire. And so the nurses that are registered and they may be working in a camp in Oregon, they have to apply for licensure in Oregon. So we may need to require that if they're hired from out of state, they have to apply for Oregon, and a person who may want to work, they're going to apply, like the nurses did. So I think it's a same idea. If the nurses are using that practice, that could apply here as well. And this is Amanda. I'm ready to make the motion, but at the same time, I think the law says we can't hire people from out of state without it. We're not able to collect any information from them. Is that correct? Something like that, if they're from out of state?
This is Sammy. There's the exceptions that to have a license, you need court person, all those. There's section 7. That's basically you can come to Oregon temporarily. The RAC has decided 30 days is as long as you can work temporarily. Section 2 gives you a broader scope of authority to say, are you get the license in another state? Can you just have just CDI or all the acronyms, all the things? So, but we're limiting that today. But we could open it up farther in the future and the end.
Amanda, I thought Mel was going to say something. Well, I'm ready to make the motion to adopt the proposed rules as permanent rules. And as Tammy was saying, it's a work in progress, but if we put it out there, people can see it, they can offer their feedback, and that'll help us to move forward. So I'm ready to go ahead and adopt them. And I won't say any more. So I move that we accept the proposed rules as amended with the reduction in the 1 year fees. Okay, Mel seconds. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take the roll. Eric, aye. Amanda, aye. Mel, aye. Darcy, aye. Julie, aye. Tammy, aye. And Colleen, aye. Motion carries. Woohoo! Yay!
So proud.
Okay, it is 2:05 and I noticed we have 3 more items. So I'm going to try to condense the different reports, administrative reports, and then I want to open up for public comment. And I feel like it's very important to hear from the public before we leave, but I have to leave at 2:30. So I'm asking to keep the reports brief.
It's just the board membership report, which should be
Okay.
So for the director's report, we've pretty much covered the board membership this meeting already. So unless there's something else in there that Colleen wants me to share, then we can move on.
Okay, at the next board meeting, it's August 17th, and you can also add to that report. So now I want to open the floor for public comment. Hang on, I'm looking for my script. Okay, so now is the time of the Board of Sign Language Interpreters to hear from the public or any interested parties for their feedback. You are limited to this topic of discussion that's within the meeting agenda. The topics are the areas that the board has the authorization to track. You're limited to 3 minutes, and we are not allowing interruption of our business. Now, when we call on you to make your comment, the HLO staff will manage the mute and unmute. The chair and the HLO has the right to cut you off and cut you off on your comment early. We are allowed to mute you if your comment is not about the matters at hand as to what's on the agenda. And we also have the authority to track. And if there are other members that want to make comments at this time, would you please raise your hand, use the Zoom raise hand feature, and then wait to be called on and recognized. So Josh, do you have any emails with public comment?
I didn't get any written public comment, but I know Dr. Daniel Schwartz emailed me saying they wanted to give public comment. I don't see anything else. He is unmuted.
Did you say it was Dr. who?
Daniel Schwartz.
Got you. Okay. If the Dr. Schwartz is available, we can call him up.
I am
Okay,
here.
one moment. We want to be able to see you.
He's on the screen, the bottom left.
Ah, I see you now. Thank you so much, Daniel Schwartz. Yes, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me, interpreters? I'll be presenting in English. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Dr. Daniel Schwartz. I serve as a commissioner on the Oregon Disabilities Commission and as a liaison to this board. I am here today in an observational and reporting capacity, and my views expressed do not necessarily reflect those of the commission. By way of background, I am a licensed sign language interpreter in Oregon with over 40 years of professional experience. I share that only to provide context for the perspective I bring to these systems. I appreciate the board's work on implementing SB 950 and the complexity of the rulemaking process currently underway, and I want to add congratulations to what you have accomplished today. Let's hear it. I would like to briefly offer a systems level observation for your consideration. In my liaison work across the state systems, including interactions connected to healthcare, disability services, and interpreter access, I am consistently seeing ongoing challenges related to interpreter workforce capacity and system coordination. These challenges can have a direct impact on timely and equitable access to communication for deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing Oregonians. I would also respectfully note that from a systems perspective, there appears to be some emerging complexity and potentially some disparity between requirements under the Health Licensing Office and those under the Oregon Health Authority, particularly in areas such as qualification pathways and language proficiency expectations. It may be that I am missing elements of how these systems are intended to align, as it can be challenging to stay fully current with changes across multiple regulatory frameworks. I share this only to encourage continued attention to cross-agency coordination and clarity, as differences in requirements may have a downstream impact on workforce availability, provider understanding, and ultimately access to services. As the board considers rule implementation, I would also encourage continued attention to how these decisions may affect not only licensure structure, but the practical availability of qualified interpreters across settings and regions, particularly in rural areas of Oregon, Southern Oregon, where I am, coastal Oregon, and certainly Eastern Oregon. I offer these comments in the spirit of supporting the board's mission of public protection and access. Thank you for your time and for your work.
Thank you. Other public comment?
No hands.
Okay. Anybody send an email?
Nope, just Dr. Daniel Schwartz.
Okay. So I'd like to say thank you, and I will be closing the public comments at this time. We have other board business to discuss before we adjourn. Do we? Or any, okay, restating the question, do we have any other board business to discuss before adjournment? Checking. Okay, I would like to remind you that we are reconvening on August 17th at 9:30. We will have video connection as well. Mel, any new business? Mel saying it's just a question for Bob and Sammy. So the materials that we received today, are they open to the public, or do we need to keep them confidential? I mean, we did make, just to make changes with them, I wanted to have it available. So I just needed
The only
to.
thing that's not on the web is Bob stuff, but we'll add that tomorrow, probably tomorrow. The only items that are not on.
Say that again, Sammy.
The only items not on the internet are Bob's slides, which will be on tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. We got that. More questions? No? Woo, I think we've covered everything today. Amazing. So we can call this meeting to adjourn at 2:14 p.m. Woo! Very good, very good. And